Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion that stands on the order paper in the name of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister.
Mr. Bernard-Jenkins, I hope the right honourable gentleman isn't going to argue the toss, but I'm very happy to hear his point of order briefly if he wishes to raise it.
There might be some concern, Mr. Speaker, that the selection of amendments does not reflect the will of the House, because the will of the House cannot be expressed on an amendment, as you have said previously, until there has been a vote on that amendment. And therefore, given that Amendment B expresses different matters that you've chosen not to select, what are we to conclude from your own views on these matters?
Well, it is not to conclude anything in respect of my views. The right honourable gentleman is a very experienced member of this House. What he can conclude from the selection is that key propositions will be put to the House. If people agree with those propositions, they will presumably vote in support of those amendments, and if they disagree with those propositions, they will presumably vote against those amendments. If the right honourable gentleman will forgive me saying so, I think that point is pretty clear. Yes, indeed. Yes, of course. Yes, point of order. I was going to come to Anne Main first. Point of order, Mrs. Anne Main.
Mr. Speaker, now that there's been clarity over which amendments have been selected, I am somewhat concerned about Amendment H because it does seem to imply a certain heavy cost to the Charter of the Exchequer in having to fund all this. Is it possible that we could have some figures associated with what the cost of conducting a public vote would be? I simply ask for clarity on that matter.
For me, the reality is that that amendment is perfectly orderly if the honourable lady disapproves of that amendment, and more specifically and narrowly, if the honourable lady wishes to ascertain further and better particulars, either about the meaning of the amendment in terms of words or what is behind it in terms of the mindset of the mover, that is a matter that will be extracted in the course of debate. Point of order, Caroline Flint.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome your selection today because although the amendment I didn't put my name to, and that wasn't selected, I was disappointed about that. I am really delighted that you have selected an amendment which will allow this House for the first time to vote on whether they support a second referendum or not. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that. And in this House, nobody should be under any illusion here that this vote today on Amendment H is about saying, do we or do we not support a second referendum? And I urge the House to oppose a second referendum.
I'm sure the whole House is immensely obliged to the right honourable lady for offering it her opinion on what the meaning or implications might be. If she feels better as a result, then I'm deeply grateful to the right honourable lady, but it's purely her view. It doesn't mean anything more than anybody else's view, or indeed, for that matter, anything less. Yes, point of order, Mr. Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Mr. Speaker, I think it would be helpful to have some clarification, because Erskine May says that selection is made by the Chair in such a way as to bring out the salient points of criticism, to prevent repetition and overlapping, and where several amendments deal with the same point, to choose the more effective and the better drafted. I understand that your predecessor gave a memorandum to the Select Committee on Procedure in 1966 to 67 on how amendments were selected, and I wondered if it might be helpful, Mr. Speaker, if you were to update your advice so that in future we would be clearer as to how these decisions are made.
I think there's been any notable complaint of ambiguity thus far. I confess, I say to colleagues and to those attendant to our proceedings that I've been accused of many things over the years, but ambiguity and unspecificity and lack of clarity in saying what I mean has not been one of them. It's not been one of them. Now, if the honourable gentleman, the member for North East Somerset, thinks that I need to speak a little more clearly and to enunciate more satisfactorily, I'm always happy to benefit from his wise counsel in these matters. However, as far as procedure is concerned, I am comfortable that a perfectly proper decision has been made after due reflection, considerable reflection this morning, and consultation with my professional advisers. The honourable gentleman's view as to about which amendment is better worded or likely to be more effective is a view, and I treat it with respect, but I don't think it is definitive so far as the choice today is concerned. If more widely he thinks that a manual on this matter for the future would be of use, that would be a matter that I would be happy to discuss with him over a cup or mug of traditional tea. A point of order, Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a point of detail, really, and just to contextualise the situation. I'm interested, as a relatively junior member of this House, to understand how these decisions are made further. There are, according to my colleague, 127 people who have signed Amendment B. On a quick count-up of the other names which appear on all of the other amendments tabled in this amendment, there are less than that between all of them, many of which are repetition. How do you determine what represents the will of the House when there are more people who have signed one amendment than signed all of the others?
Grateful to the honourable lady. I don't think that there is an ambiguity on this matter. First of all, I've already made the point, which I think she heard me make, that numbers are a factor. They're not the only factor. Breadth is important too. And I have selected an amendment on this subject to which there is breadth, and that seems to be a valid choice. So far as the wider policy position is concerned, as the honourable lady will be well aware, her own party, the government that she supports, has a clear view on this matter. I think it is evident to me that she shares that view, and if she disapproves of the amendment, she will be able to register her view, quite possibly in the debate, but if it is put to the House, in the division lobby. If it were not put to the House, then she would in any case not be disquieted. I think the position is clear. A point of order, Charlie Elphick.
Can I welcome your selection of Amendment I, which the whole House should not also be under any illusion is in fact a disguised amendment aimed at securing a second referendum. But can I just seek your guidance on this one point, which is the amendment in the name of my honourable friend, the member for North East Somerset, which you have not selected, has twice as many signatures on it, is cross-party, and is also very clear in its intent. So can you explain in relation to the memorandum which your predecessor submitted in times past, that my honourable friend, the member for North East Somerset, referred to, would you be able to update the House in terms of the guidance and in terms of the basis on which selections are made?
I've already explained those matters. I don't wish to be unkind to the honourable gentleman who I've known well for many years, but I think he is misleading himself, and I wouldn't want him to be afflicted by that curse. I think that when he refers to the honourable member for North East Somerset's failed amendment, as in non-selected, I think he means North East Derbyshire. But it's quite important. Somerset and Derbyshire are quite a long way apart from each other, but there you go. But I've already explained the basis on which the chair tries to make a judgment to facilitate the key issues being debated in the chamber. And I have said it may be that the honourable gentleman doesn't like my answer, but that is my honest answer, which I would defend to this House and indeed to the world. More widely, I say to the honourable gentleman, he's an extremely assiduous member, but I'm not sure the right honourable gentleman member for Leeds Central, who is a great gentleman in this House, will take particularly kindly to the characterisation that the honourable gentleman for Dover has offered of that amendment. I very much doubt the right honourable gentleman would accept that characterisation. So it's his opinion. If he is called to speak in the debate, he will have an opportunity to express his opinion, and I hope that will satisfy him at least for now. Very well. Point of order, Mr. Richard Graham.
I understand, Mr. Speaker, from the vote office that one of the amendments, and I think it's Amendment I, has subsequently been amended from the list of manuscripts amendments that is currently available at the vote office, and that they are intending to distribute the revised amendment in due course. Could you confirm if that is correct?
I don't wish to be unkind to the honourable gentleman. I'm not quite sure at what point point in the proceedings he graced us with his presence, and it's a great pleasure to welcome the honourable gentleman. I don't know when if the honourable gentleman is signalling that he was in the chamber at the time that I referenced the selection, he will have heard what I said on that matter, and therefore it requires no repetition. If he wasn't here, I can reference back to what I said when I made the announcement of the selection, about which he is most welcome to consult colleagues. I've just heard one right honourable member say, well, the selection has already been announced, and therefore the member was a little quizzical as to why the honourable gentleman is rather belatedly raising the matter. I've already announced the selection. I've said that an amendment to an amendment has been submitted and that copies thereof would shortly be distributed. I hope that that is now clear and satisfactory to the honourable gentleman, and the fact that he's now broken out into a smile warms the cockles of my heart and no doubt the cockles of other parliamentary hearts to boot. Point of order, Mr. Bob Blackman.
Mr. Speaker, for the assistance of the House, given that yesterday the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Meridian, chose not to press her amendment, but other colleagues chose to, can you advise the House what will happen at the end of proceedings were proposers of amendments who are called to speak choose not to actually press their amendments? Who would be entitled to press their amendments if the proposer chooses not to?
The convention, I think, would be that another signatory to the amendment would be entitled to test the will of the House. By the way, I don't wish to be unkind to the honourable gentleman, who's an absolutely doughty parliamentarian. I think the right honourable lady for Meriden might be getting a little fed up with people referring to her constituency as Meridian. It is a place, I say to the honourable gentleman, called Meriden, which is in the West Midlands. It's got nothing to do with Meridian. But there we go. The right honourable lady, the member for Meriden, did not wish to submit her amendment to a division of the House. That is true. But as I advised the right honourable lady, other key signatories to it did wish to do so. I therefore allowed it to be put to the House, and as the honourable gentleman know, that amendment was passed. But the general principle is that someone who has tabled or co-tabled such an amendment would be presumed to have a right to test the will of the House. I hope that that is helpful. Yes, point of order, Sir Patrick McLaughlin.
Mr. Speaker, can I just get clarification of that? Because my understanding is once that motion is accepted by you, it isn't the signatories on that debate, it is actually the property of the House. And therefore any member, not just those who had signed it, any member of the House could force that division.
I think that's true in relation to orders of the day. Yes, I think that's true in relation to orders of the day. But as far as today is concerned, I hope the right honourable gentleman, who is very experienced in these matters, will be satisfied with the explanation, or indeed the description of circumstance that I have offered to the House. It does seem to me that it is not something that need vex us any further today. It is quite clear that if somebody has an amendment and wishes to put it to the vote, it can be put to the vote, and if the lead sponsor does not wish to do so but others do, it can be put to the vote. I hope that that is helpful to the right honourable gentleman and to the House. And now I think, in respect to the Minister of the Cabinet Office and the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster colleagues, I invite him to open the debate and to move the motion. Mr. Lidington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the motion that stands on the order paper in the name of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. This motion arises because last night this House voted to reject the United Kingdom leaving the European Union without a deal. And so, in line with the commitment made by my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, and in line then with the motion that this House subsequently passed last Thursday, the House today must consider the issue of extending Article 50. I want to, I will give way to the honourable friend, but before I do so, I want just to say to honourable members on all sides of the House that my intention will be to set out first the government's case for the motion that we have tabled today and the nature of the decision that we believe faces all of us as members of this House. and then I will come on to address the various amendments that you, Mr. Speaker, have selected for debate today. So I hope that colleagues will contain any impatience. I will come to speak about the amendments, but I want to set out the government's case, so I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the Minister because he did mention today's motion, so I wonder if early in his remarks he could clear up the confusion around item 2 in the motion, which suggests that the EU withdrawal agreement and the political declaration, not a withdrawal agreement political declaration that's currently on the table, the only one that's on the table, will have to be voted on again by the 20th of March. Will he be bringing meaningful vote 3 before the 20th of March?
I hope that once I'm able to make a little bit of progress beyond my introductory paragraph, that I will be able to provide the honourable gentleman and others with an explanation of the different elements of the government's motion. Mr. Yes.
The Minister for giving way, and it provides a very early opportunity for the Minister to clarify in setting out the government's case for us. He will know that a Cabinet Minister yesterday from that dispatch box basically said that more powers would be given to Dublin to be exercised over Northern Ireland. Now, the Minister will know how insulting that is to members who sit on this bench. And he will also know, the Minister will also know, that it's the members who sit on this bench that keep his party in power. Would the Minister care now to clarify that the Secretary of State misspoke from that dispatch box and that there will be no involvement in the internal affairs of Northern Ireland and its governments?
Mr. Speaker, I want to say two things in response to the honourable gentleman. First of all, I think that the government's position has been absolutely consistent on this, from the Prime Minister down, that we stand by every aspect of the three-stranded process embodied in the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and by the peace-building process in Northern Ireland. And I can put on the record, Mr. Speaker, that there are absolutely no plans at all to transfer additional powers or rights to the Government of Ireland. There are certain rights of consultation that flow from the three-stranded process, and those clearly we need to observe. On the specific comments that the honourable gentleman attributed to my right honourable friend, the Environment Secretary, he will recall I was not in my place here yesterday because I was attending a family funeral. But I'm sure that my right honourable friend will hear of the honourable member for Antrim North's intervention. I shall make sure that he does so he can consider whether he needs to make any further comment on that subject. I will give way once more, and then I really do want to proceed with the substance of the debate.
I'm grateful, but he can help the House here. Now that I'm not arguing with the referee, I've accepted the referee's decision. Now that we have, though, Amendment H, Amendment H is, in effect, a vote in principle on whether or not to have a second referendum, because it calls for the time to legislate for it and for it to take place. So it's clear what it's asking for. That being the case, as it's been the government's long-standing policy to oppose a second referendum, will the Chancellor of the Duchy confirm now at the dispatch box that the government will oppose Amendment H and will whip its MPs accordingly?
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, I plan to address Amendment H along with the other amendments that you've selected later on in my speech, but I hope to provide some reassurance to my right honourable friend if I say that the government's collectively agreed policy as regards a second referendum has not changed. Mr. Speaker, I should be clear that in seeking an extension to Article 50 is not something that the government ever wanted to have to do. We believe that we negotiated a good deal for this country, and one that also respected the result of the referendum and would have allowed the United Kingdom to leave the European Union on the 29th of March this year. But it is by rejecting that deal that the decisions of the House have brought us to this point today. But I think it is important for all honourable members, from whichever political party they come, to acknowledge that the path ahead and the choices that confront us as a House are far from straightforward. We need to decide how long an extension to propose, and we need to put that proposal to the European Council before they meet next week in order to seek agreement from the 27 member states. And as if the Honourable will forgive me for a moment, I want to make some progress. As my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, said to the House last night, this means facing up to some difficult choices. And in particular, it means understanding the interaction of the Article 50 process with the European Parliament elections scheduled for May this year. That's why this morning the government published a short factual document explaining the parameters of any extension, and why the government tabled for today's debate is a stark one, because basically we have two options before us. I give way to the honourable gentleman and to my honourable friend.
The Minister for giving way. I'm sure the Minister will be aware that this morning Donald Tusk said, during my consultations ahead of the European Council just referred to, I will appeal to the EU 27 to be open to a long extension if the UK finds it necessary to rethink its Brexit strategy and build consensus around it. What's the Minister's reaction to that? We are quite clear that that long extension is definitely required.
Yes, absolutely. The honourable member will bear with me. I was intending to make reference to President Tusk's comments later on. Give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and he won't be surprised to hear that I won't be supporting the motion this evening. But what message does my right honourable friend think it would send to those we represent if nearly 3 years after voting to leave the European Union, we held elections to the European Parliament?
I think that a great many people will feel that that was an act which had set aside the decision that they took in a democratic referendum 3 years ago, and that was part of the case that those of us on the government benches put to the House in advocating endorsement of the deal, which, as was said earlier from the opposition benches, is the only one that is currently on the table. I'll give way to the member for Stoke-on-Trent.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister for giving way. I apologise if he's going to answer this point later on. The motion from the government talks about an extension to allow the progression of legislation to the 30th of June. But the letter exchange between Donald Tusk and Jean-Claude Juncker says that we would have to be out by the 22nd of May to not trigger the obligation to take part in Euro elections. Could he explain the difference in those dates, please?
It's a perfectly serious question, but again, I really do appeal for patience from honourable members, because I do want to set out the reasons for the government's choice of motion and the nature of the choice before the House in detail. I'll give way one last time to the honourable member, then I'm going to make progress.
To him for giving way. In terms of what people were expecting during the election, he will be aware that the Vote Leave campaign made it clear that leaving the EU would be a careful change. We wouldn't leave until our future relationship was resolved. Even on their website now it says there is no need to rush. We must take our time and get it right. So didn't people who voted Leave absolutely understand that we will take our time to get this right before we made any rash decisions?
Yeah. With all respect to the honourable member, I am responsible for perhaps for many things as a member of the government, but I suspect not one of my honourable friends would want me to assert responsibility for what the Vote Leave campaign has said at any stage in the past or the present. Mr. Speaker, I'll give way to Chair of the European Scrutiny Committee, and then I do want to make.
I am respectful. Would my right honourable friend, in relation to this pamphlet, or whatever it is that he's producing today, confirm now on the floor of the House that the fact that exit day may or may not be extended does not affect the fact that under Section 1 of the Withdrawal Act 2018 that got royal assent on the 26th of June last year, that the repeal of the European Communities Act takes effect, notwithstanding any extension of time as prescribed by that Act?
Well, I'd say to my honourable friend, of course, the government has given a commitment that in the event of the House voting in favour of extension and this is not a given, the European Council agreeing to an extension, that the government would bring forward the necessary legislation in line with the expressed wishes of the House. I'll give way to the honourable member for Healan and then I'm going to make progress.
The right honourable gentleman of the dispatch book said a few moments ago that there's just one deal available. That's not the full picture. There is the other deal available, which is the deal that is enjoyed by 27 other members of the European Union, and that's full membership. And I could be revoked and back to that. That's the best deal that anybody can have, is full membership. And the entire Parliament knows that that's the best deal. So the talk of deals, would he please also remember that the best deal is still available and we can revoke up until the 29th of March Article 50, cancel the Prime Minister's letter, and this is over in an afternoon.
I mean, as a matter of law, the honourable gentleman is correct. And following the judgment of the European Court, it's very clear that the United Kingdom does have the power unilaterally to revoke its Article 50 notification before exit day. The argument is not a legal one, it is a political one as to whether it can possibly be right for this House to determine to set aside a decision that was taken democratically in a referendum in 2016 and which produced a higher turnout than at any recent general election, and which almost every political party at the time said we would treat as decisive. So it is a political judgment. Now, Mr. Speaker, no, I'm not going to give way again for the moment. Mr. Speaker, the motion the government has tabled for today's debate, as I said, is a stark one. We basically have two options. First, if the House has approved a meaningful vote by the 20th of March and agreed a timetable for the EU Withdrawal Agreement Bill, we can expect the European Union to agree to a short technical extension to allow the necessary legislation to be carried through. If that proves, for whatever reason, not to be possible, we would be faced with the prospect of choosing only a long extension, during which the House would need to face up to the choices in front of it and the consequences of the decisions that it has taken. But the government recognises that the House will require time to consider the potential ways forward in such a scenario. So I can confirm today that in such a scenario, the government, having consulted the usual channels at that time, would facilitate a process in the 2 weeks after the March European Council to allow the House to seek a majority on the way forward. But we should be clear about the consequences if that were to happen. If we are in the world of a long extension for this House to come to a decision, then we will be required, as a condition, to hold European parliamentary elections in May. And as the note published on this issue by the government today sets out, we would need to begin preparing for those in early April. In other words, we either deliver on the result of the referendum, giving people and businesses across the country the certainty they're calling for, and move on as a nation, or we enter into a sustained period of uncertainty, during which time the government would work with this House to find a way through, but which I fear would do real damage to the public's faith in politics and trust in our democracy. I will give way to my honourable friend for Dover, right honourable friend for Gainsborough, then to the Father of the House.
Thank my right honourable friend for giving way. In relation to the possibility of having to conduct European elections if the extension went past May 23rd, can you tell us, is the Cabinet Office prepared for that? On what date would such elections take place, and how much would it cost?
I don't have the figures on cost to hand, and those I think would be a matter of record that the Electoral Commission would have available on its website. but we would have to make those elections possible. Not something the government wishes to do at all, would require secondary legislation to be laid before this House in mid-April this year. I'll give way to my old friend.
For the reasons my right honourable friend has given, it's obvious that we've got to try and get a deal through which the Attorney General can sign off. I'm not asking for the Secretary of State to give a detailed legal opinion, but is he aware or will he note that the unilateral declaration which we've now lodged does give us an opportunity to beef up that declaration and to make clear that we do have a unilateral right of exit from the backstop? If we could do that, I'm sure we could reassure colleagues, particularly our colleagues in the Democratic Unionist Party, and make progress.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. I mean, he will understand that it would be wrong of me to comment upon a legal opinion by my right honourable learned friend, the Attorney General, but I'm sure that the Attorney and the other law officers will take note of the point that he's made. Give way to my right honourable friend, Member Ruskin.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. I think he agrees with me that no government in the 28 member states wishes to have a British election to the European Parliament in the course of any process. But the obligation he refers to is, I think, based on the treaty, and it's a comparatively minor amendment to that treaty to say that it make it not apply to a country that submitted an Article 50 application. I see no reason at all why very rapid unanimity could not be achieved in the Council of Ministers to agree to that, and the treaty amended, and the problem that he's warning us of easily averted.
Can I say to my right honourable friend, I mean, I am second to none in my admiration for and acknowledgement of his experience in this House. But could I say to him as this, having served 6 years as Minister for Europe, there is no such thing as a simple and easy change to the EU treaties. I was present in the United Kingdom seat when a very minor change of about half a sentence was made to the treaties to accommodate the needs of Eurozone countries and ensure that what they wanted to do had an effective treaty basis. That process took roughly 13 months or so from the time that it was initiated until the time that it took effect. The reasons for that are that not only do the treaties require a process of treaty change to go through a particular and detailed EU primary legislative process, but that a change to the treaties also involves national ratification by the member states concerned. And I remember having to take a short bill through this House, even though the treaty change that was at stake was something that did not apply to the United Kingdom, but only to the member states of the Eurozone. So for that reason, I don't think that the sort of rapid treaty change which my right honourable and learned friend would hope for, in practice actually exists an opportunity. I'm going to give way to the... can I give way to the Chair of the Select Committee, the Honourable Member for Plaid Cymru, and then the Honourable Member for Streatham?
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. On this question, in the document that's been placed in the library this morning by the government, paragraph 12 addresses the question of the possibility of a second extension after a first. It states a second extension is not considered to be viable. Not considered to be viable by whom?
It goes on in paragraph 12 to explain why, because this is describing in paragraph 12, Mr. Speaker, the scenario in which the United Kingdom had not participated in European parliamentary elections, did not have any duly elected MEPs. In that case, a second extension is, we believe, on all the feedback that we've had from the European Union, not considered to be viable because without UK MEPs being present from the date at which the newly constituted European Parliament met, namely in a plenary on the 2nd of July, the EP would be improperly constituted. And it is for that reason that we do not see any willingness or indeed any legal power under the treaties for the European Union to agree to a second extension if we were in those circumstances at that date. I give way to the honourable gentleman. Martin.
The Prime Minister, further to the intervention by the member for Dover, can he confirm that the Electoral Commission, which I believe does come under his responsibilities, are contacting returning officers to inform them to advance their preparations to hold European elections?
The honourable member, that's a perfectly fair question, but he will also know that the Electoral Commission is a statutorily independent body. It is not one that it falls under ministerial direction, but reports to a committee chaired by you, Mr. Speaker, and so it is for the Commission to say what, if anything, it has been doing. Give way to the honourable member.
This Minister for giving way. It's quite clear that if we seek an extension, we will need to give a specified purpose. And members of the EU Council have already been clear that holding a people's vote would fulfil that requirement. But at the very least, obviously, this House needs to come to a decision on where the majority view lies. Now, he seemed to be saying, can I ask him to clarify this, that if we pass this motion tonight, the government will be seeking to provide time for us to come to that view, to have a series of indicative votes. Am I right in that? And if I am right in that, by what time does he envisage those indicative votes being held? Because, look, there is no time to waste. There's no reason why we should not do that in the next few sitting days.
Well said.
No, I did say that, explain this at an earlier stage in my remarks, what the government has expressed in its motion, and what I'm trying to put before the House, is this: that there are basically two options in front of the House. The first is that a decision is taken to agree the deal that has been negotiated and is on the table, and we know the European Council is willing to accept, and believe the European Parliament would be willing to accept, and get on with things. Or we have to, in which case we may need a short technical extension just to permit the necessary implementing legislation to pass here. Or, Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to respond to the question of the honourable gentleman, the member for Streatham. I hope that the House will allow me to do that. Or we would face the prospect of having to seek a longer extension. And what I said earlier is that in such a scenario, where we were going into the European Council without approval for the deal on the table, then the government's commitment is that we would, in the 2 weeks following the European Council, consult through usual channels with other parties, and we would work to provide a process by which the House could form a majority on how to take things forward. Now, if the... no, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to give way again for a while, because, last time I spoke, I think a week ago, you gently chided me for having gone on for too long, and when I looked at Hansard, it was because I had taken perhaps too many interventions at the time, and I think I have given way a fair number of times already. I do want to put on the record, because I think this will help perhaps clarify the nature of the choice too for honourable members on all sides, that of course Article 50 of the European treaties does say in terms that the treaties cease to apply to the departing member state from the date of entry into force of the withdrawal agreement, or failing that 2 years after the notification of Article 50. So in other words, it's the sooner of conclusion and entering into force of the withdrawal agreement, or the 2-year deadline. And logically, it therefore follows that were an extension of any length to be negotiated and agreed, then it would always be possible for the House and the other place to bring about an earlier conclusion to that extension than the specified deadline, by agreeing to a withdrawal agreement at that earlier date. Now, Mr. Speaker, no, I'm not giving way again for a while. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the factual document that the government published this morning, coupled with the latest statement from the President of the European Council, Mr. Tusk, will have convinced right honourable members that the choice I have described is not one that's somehow been invented for political ends, but rather one that this House must face up to and confront. I want to take a moment to set out to the House the reasons why the choice is so binary. That does mean explaining in a bit of detail the interaction with the European Parliament elections. Now, those elections will take place across the EU on the 23rd to the 26th of May, and the new European Parliament will meet for the first time on the 2nd of July. And it is, as my right honourable friend, the Father of the House, said earlier, it is a fundamental requirement under the European Union treaties that EU citizens are represented in the European Parliament. It derives from Article 9, which says that every national of a member state shall be a citizen of the Union, and citizenship of the Union shall be additional to and not replace national citizenship. And then from Article 10, paragraph 2, which says that citizens are directly represented at union level in the European Parliament. And the subsequent legislation that the European Union has passed is founded upon those key principles set out in the treaties, the primary law, which every member state of the European Union has to comply with, and which has primacy over any domestic law to the contrary. So it flows from that the new European Parliament would not be properly constituted if any member state did not have MEPs, and that for it to be improperly constituted would put all of that Parliament's actions and the proper functioning of the EU's institutions and its legislative process at risk. And there's no legal mechanism by which the UK could return MEPs to the new European Parliament other than by participating in the election. So the upshot is that the longest extension that we could propose without holding those elections is until the end of June. And if we did that, it would not be possible to extend again, because I said in response to the earlier intervention, to do so without having elected MEPs would compromise the proper functioning of the EU's institutions and its legal processes. And, Mr. Speaker, in the absence of a deal, seeking such a short and critically one-off extension would be downright reckless and completely at odds with the position this House adopted only last night, making a no-deal scenario far more rather than less likely. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but from everything we've heard from the EU, both in public and in private, it is a proposal they would not accept. Now, I'm going to give way to my honourable friend, then to the honourable lady. Right honourable.
I'm very grateful for my right honourable friend giving way. I don't know if he's had an opportunity to read the advice given by George Peretz QC and the example of Croatia, where special arrangements were made, and it is possible for there to be an agreement between the EU and the UK as to a mechanism which may not involve elections, but would still involve representation in the European Parliament.
I haven't had the pleasure of reading that legal opinion. There is a critical difference between the scenario that we are describing in respect of the United Kingdom and that of Croatia in the case which my honourable friend, the member for Edinburgh, describes. In that case, Croatia was a third country in the process of joining the European Union, and the treaties allow accession states to go through a transition process. And what she has described was part of that transition process embodied in the accession treaty negotiated by Croatia with the existing states of the European Union. In the case of the United Kingdom, we are talking about us beginning from being a full member of the European Union with both the rights for citizens and the obligations that go with that full European Union membership, and that without treaty change there is not a legal mechanism that simply allows those rights of EU citizens to be set aside. That is the brutal truth this House needs to confront. Give way to the right honourable lady.
For giving way. I think if the government were for the first time to be prepared to support and facilitate some processes for indicative votes and so on, I think it would actually be possible to take some decisions quite quickly, and he will understand that his credibility in making these arguments about the timescale needed is rather undermined by the fact that as of a couple of weeks ago, he was saying that we were going to be able to get everything through, including all of the legislation, by March the 29th, and now we need 3 months in order to do so, and that does undermine the credibility of what he's saying. But the specific point about the European parliamentary elections, the argument that he is just making, has he seen the response by Eleanor Sharpston, the Advocate General of the European Court of Justice, who says in response to these specific arguments that the Secretary of State is making, this is an oversimplified and ultimately fallacious presentation of the situation, and sets out a range of ways in which this issue could be resolved, concluding if the political will is there, a legal mechanism can be found.
Though I have the utmost respect for Eleanor Sharpston, that view is very different from the views that have been expressed to us very clearly by the institutions of the European Union. Now, I'm going to give way. I haven't given way to Liberal Democrats, so give way to the right honourable gentleman.
Thank him for giving way. Is he aware of the legal advice from the Legal Service of the European Parliament issued on the 1st of February 2019, which states very clearly, even in the case that the United Kingdom would not hold elections, the new European Parliament could validly be constituted? Does he disagree with that?
I haven't seen that particular thing, but my understanding is that the legal service of the European Parliament has made it very clear that they don't see that an extension is possible beyond the date of the first plenary meeting of the new Parliament on the 2nd of July, absent treaty change. Give way to the honourable member who's been trying to get in, and then to the honourable gentleman.
I'm extremely grateful to the Deputy Prime Minister. Can I take him back to the point from my honourable friend from Naheelan and Nyar, where he said that it was a matter of law that the UK can revoke Article 50 in its entirety. But should there be a member state that doesn't agree to an extension, for example Hungary or Italy, would it not therefore be a matter of reality in politics that the revocation of Article 50 should be exactly what the government does? If that happens, will the government revoke Article 50?
Or press out.
That would be a decision for the House to take. Well, it happened. It was open to the honourable member to table an amendment to that effect today, had he wished to do so. So, these are matters that are for the House as a whole. I give way to Honourable Oldham.
David. I should say the 2014 Euro elections cost £100 million, which seems like a lot of money, but the Transport Secretary can spend that in a morning. I won't worry too much about that. The real issue today, though, and it continues to be the issue, is that unless we can secure an agreement that can get the majority of support in this House, we're going to continually go round in circles on this. So surely he must agree the only way to move forward and unite people is for compromise from the government to actually get a deal that we can support.
Well, I think that the only way, I agree with the honourable member to this example, the only way in which we can move forward, whether frankly we are looking at the immediate future or at the longer term, is for this House to come behind an actual deal embodied in text, which the European Union is also willing to accept. Now, I'm going to give way to my right honourable friend, then to the right honourable lady, then to my right honourable friend.
Ian Duncan-Smith. I say to my right honourable friend, just in support of his position on the chaos that would be caused, he's quite right, because isn't there also the legal service has made it clear that should we have extended and thus have to have fought the elections and then subsequently left, this would leave the European Parliament unconstituted because, of course, the numbers that were set at the time would have no mechanism to change. They don't want to go down that road, so I think my right honourable friend is quite right.
I think where he's right in saying that I don't detect from my conversations in Strasbourg that much enthusiasm from members of the European Parliament for another contingent of British MEPs to be there, particularly if that were only on a temporary basis. Give way to the right honourable lady.
Gentleman, my friend, for giving way. Mr. Speaker, I don't doubt, and I think it's true that the whole House doesn't doubt, that the right honourable gentleman is a man of his word, and when he gives a commitment at the dispatch box, we all absolutely have confidence it will be delivered. Can he help us, though, with this? Paragraph 167 in Hansard on Tuesday, the 26th of February, the Prime Minister set out her plan, all of which is actually unfolding. And so today we are having the debate and we will have the votes on the government motion and the amendments. And if either of those amendments are successful or the motion prevails in the end, we know there will be an extension. And in that event, the Prime Minister undertook that the necessary legislation, I'm reading from Hansard, Mr. Speaker, to change the exit date commensurate with that extension will be made. In other words, legislation will be brought forward. On that basis, will that legislation be brought forward to this House next week? And if not, when?
The commitment is that, from memory, this was repeated from this dispatch box by my right honourable friend last night. So I'm happy to record again that undertaking by the Prime Minister and by the government. The exact timing for the introduction of legislation would have to await a decision by the European Council. It's not that if we're talking about an extension for a specific time period, what the government's commitment was for was to do that once this had been agreed not just by the House but by the European Council, because there's little point in bringing forward legislation for a particular duration only to find that is something that doesn't fly at European Union level. I'm going to give way to my right honourable friend. Can I give way?
I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend. A while ago, before he got drawn into this arcane debate about the minutiae of the European Union's peculiar practices, he fleetingly mentioned the public. And our legitimacy is built on public faith and bolstered by public trust. And the government chose to specify a date in this legislation and thereby created an expectation. Frustrating that expectation would be seen by the public as a breach of faith, which might not worry those unreconstructed Remainers who don't regard the public as I do with reverence but with disdain, but would do the government and this House immense damage.
I don't disagree, my honourable friend, but the remedy for the House is to rally behind an actual deal that allows our exit from the European Union to take place. I'm going to give way to my right honourable. I think the right honourable lady wants to come in on just as on a supplementary. Then to my honourable friend.
Done. I'm very grateful indeed to my right honourable friend, who's making his case with his customary acuity and good manners. And I agree with him that the essence here is not all these arcana imperi that we're dealing with about the European elections, but rather the fact that this House has to come to a decision and has to agree on a way of leaving in an orderly fashion this institution if it is to prevent a no-deal exit. That is clear, I think, to almost everyone in this House. Would my right honourable friend therefore agree with me that while obviously it's appropriate for the Prime Minister to continue to do whatever it is she feels she needs to do to promote the deal that she's promoting and for which I have voted and will continue to vote to the very end, it would also be appropriate for her to enter, after an extension has been agreed, into immediate discussions across the House to try to ensure that in a parallel process, a cross-party view of a deal that could obtain a majority could be settled by this House, and we can then find out which of those two alternatives actually permits a majority to be found and a deal to be enacted.
As I said earlier on, the commitment that the government is giving is that if we were in a scenario when it had not been possible to secure support ahead of the European Council for our withdrawal under the negotiated deal, we would then have to come back to the House in the 2 weeks following the Council to consult through usual channels with political parties across the House to agree on the process by which this House could then seek to find a majority. Now, for reasons I will come on to, perhaps if I do ever get to address the amendment tabled by the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Leeds Central, and other honourable members, I think that this is far from uncomplicated, but that commitment, I think, is what I did give earlier in the speech. I give way to the Right Honourable Lady.
The Right Honourable Gentleman, he's very generous, and I have the benefit of Hansard, I accept. The Prime Minister was clear. If the House votes for an extension, it's part of a sentence, Mr Speaker, but it's effectively, we will then seek to agree that extension, approved by the House, with the EU, and bring forward the necessary legislation to change the exit date commensurate with the extension. With respect to the honourable gentleman, it wasn't an order, it was and. So it's both. Seek a date with the approval of the EU and bring forward the legislation.
I really don't think that there is a big difference between what the Right Honourable Lady is quoting and what I said earlier. I mean, the commitment is there to, in Hansard, as she says, from the Prime Minister, to, in those circumstances, to seek to agree an extension with the European Council and to bring in the necessary legislation. But the legislation would have to provide for the duration and any purpose and any condition of extension that had been agreed with the European Council. We cannot operate in a vacuum here. We are dealing with a process that flows from Article 50 of the treaties. It is not something this House can simply resolve on its own. The job of this House is to come to agreement on a deal. And I'm giving way to my honourable friend for Highland as a former distinguished member of the European Parliament.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. My point is that for now over 2 years we've invoked Article 50. We've been absolutely incapable, either as a party or a government or a parliament, to get a decision on a withdrawal agreement. Why would you ask me to vote for an extension of Article 50 so that we can just argue for another couple of months? Because we have got to have a withdrawal agreement before we extend anything.
My honourable friend makes a powerful point. I also think that members of this House, whichever side they've taken in the numerous debates that we've had on European matters, should not underestimate the degree of exasperation that there is, not just in the EU institutions, but in the democratic governments of the member states of the European Union at the inability of this House to decide what it is that it is prepared to get behind. No, Mr. Speaker, I'm conscious I have been speaking for a long time. Other members of this House wish to speak, so I'm going to make progress now. And I want to finish what I'm saying about the government's case and then move on to the amendments which you have selected. Mr. Speaker, what we do not want to do is to be in a situation where the only certainty would be more uncertainty. But if this House has not come together around a deal by Thursday next week, the only viable extension would be a long one. We would have to hold the European Parliament elections, and the government would facilitate a process with the House to consider the potential ways forward to reach a majority. But as my right honourable friend said last week, that delay, would ensure that the only certainty would be greater uncertainty for businesses and for the constituents whom we represent. So that is the choice that we face and the responsibility that we must now shoulder. Now, if I can, Mr. Speaker, turn to the amendments which you have selected for debate. No, Mr. Speaker, I apologise to those honourable friends and honourable members opposite who are wishing to intervene. I have given way many times. I have tried to be fair to members of all political parties represented in this House, and I want to speak on the amendments, conclude my remarks, and let other right honourable and honourable members speak. So if I can turn first to Amendment H in the name of the honourable lady, the member for Totnes. This requests an extension of Article 50 for the defined purpose of holding another referendum on whether to remain in the European Union. And Mr. Speaker, I don't think it will come as a surprise to the honourable lady, the member for Totnes, if I say the government's position here is well rehearsed. I respect the persistence of her and others who tabled similar amendments in putting forward this proposition, but I do not believe another referendum offers the solution that we need. I think rather it would reopen the divisions established in the 2016 campaign and would damage what is already a pretty fragile trust between the British public and members of this House. And our obligation, first and foremost, is to honour the mandate given to us in that first vote, which was to leave the European Union, and why the government is focused on honouring that mandate in a smooth, orderly way. Now, if I can turn to... No, I'm not giving... I'm sorry. I beg the right honourable lady's pardon, but I have given away many times, and I hope that the right honourable lady will have the opportunity to catch your eye later on, Mr. Speaker. If I can turn to Amendment T... No, I beg his pardon. Amendment I, Mr. Speaker, in the name of the right honourable gentleman, the chair of the EU Exit Select Committee, and others. That amendment seeks proposes a particular process to enable the House to find a way forward that commanded majority support through an extension period. Now, Part 2 of this amendment suspends government control of the order paper on Wednesday, the 20th of March, to give priority to a cross-party business motion tabled by 25 members from at least 5 different political parties. And it seems that this motion will be used to further direct the business of the House on a future day or days to allow further debates on matters relating to EU exit. Now, the government has set out to the House previously our case that this amendment, or others similar to it, seek to create and exploit mechanisms that would allow Parliament to usurp the proper role of the executive. It would be unprecedented action and could have far-reaching and long-term implications for the way in which the United Kingdom is governed and the balance of powers and responsibilities in our democratic institutions. And I'm sure that the majority of members, whether they are people who are honourable members who are supporting the current government, or whether they are perhaps people who aspire to support and serve in a future government of some political stripe or other, must recognise that fact. And so while I don't question the sincerity in which this amendment has been put, to seek to achieve that desired outcome through such means is, I think, a misguided, not a responsible course of action. I think that's equally true of Part 3 of the Right Honourable Gentleman's amendment, because, frankly, this is an extraordinary requirement, and I'd suggest an undemocratic one. What it means is that if 100 members from these benches moved a motion under the terms of the amendment, that motion could not be called. And it means that if 100 members from the Labour Party benches moved a motion, that could not be called. It would mean that if 400 members from both the government and the principal opposition benches moved such a motion, it could not be called. it hands the power of whether a motion can be called, in effect a power of veto, to the smallest parties in the House. So if a motion had the support, let us assume that the right honourable gentleman's motion were accepted by the House. That would mean that a motion brought forward under Part 3 of the amendment, if that motion had the support of members from the Scottish National Party, from Plaid Cymru, the Liberal Democrats, the lone member from the Green Party, and if they constitute themselves a political party in time from the independent group, it could be moved. But if it had the support of every single Conservative, Labour and Democratic Unionist member, it could not be moved. That, I have to say, Phil Member, I don't doubt his sincerity, but that strikes me as absurd in democratic terms.
I'm very grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way, but his argument that contrary views could not be heard is defective if he goes back to paragraph 2 of the amendment, because paragraph 2 says, under D, debate on that motion may continue until 7 p.m, at which time the Speaker shall put the questions necessary to dispose of proceedings on that motion, including the questions on amendments selected by the Speaker, which may then be moved. In other words, the motion provided for in 3 starts the debate. Any member can move an amendment. If the amendment is selected by Mr. Speaker, then it would be voted on at the end of the day, and therefore his argument that the views of others, 300 Conservatives, would not be heard, is not correct.
While I appreciate the right honourable gentleman's defence of his amendment, my objection still stands, because in the scenario that he has just described, the ability of very large number of members of Parliament, not just from my party but from his as well, or a very large number, some hundreds of people on a cross-party basis, could only be moved if it were in the form of a motion which had previously been tabled and accepted for debate under the limited terms that are specified in his amendment. And as he well knows, well, of course, Mr. Speaker, it is for you, as always, to make the ruling on which amendments to select and which not to select. There are practices and traditions and precedents of the House about, for example, the material of an amendment needing to be pertinent to the motion to which it has been tabled. And so there would be, flowing from the right honourable gentleman's amendment, a potentially very severe restriction on the rights of many hundreds of members of this House to come forward and table motions which raise subjects which they wanted to be debated. Give way to my honourable friend.
My right honourable friend, he's making a very powerful argument, and in fact it's worse than the position he indicates, because it says in the motion in paragraph 3 the amendment, including at least 5 members elected to the House as members of at least 5 different political parties elected to the House. So it's carefully crafted to exclude the Tiggers, meaning we'll have tyranny by minority, because either Plaid Cymru or the Greens will need to be on this kind of motion. So in other words, 4 members of this House could hold the entire House to ransom.
I think that though as my honourable friend says, though the intention behind this motion is sincere, I think that it is on both constitutional and technical grounds defective, and I think the approach that I have outlined about the government's preferred way forward offers a better route. I'm going to give way. My right honourable friend wants to come in.
My right honourable friend is kindly giving way, and my point was very similar to my colleague that just raised it. I mean, what is the position, based on the wording of this amendment, of those members of this House that are not in receipt of a whip, which happens from time to time. Indeed, there are members of this House that are currently not in receipt of a whip or a member of a political party. It seems to me that this form of discrimination against independent members in this House is quite unacceptable.
My right honourable friend raises a very interesting question, which I confess I'd not considered in detail, but there are a number of members of this House who sit as independents of various kinds, who may or may not have registered as a political party with the Electoral Commission under the terms of the relevant legislation. And it seems to be, again, wrong in principle that such members should be denied the right to at least put forward for consideration a motion that embodies their wishes. I will give way, as my right friend's name is on this amendment, I will give way to. Then I'm going to continue.
Very grateful to my right honourable friend, who is an old friend, and I really admire the ingenuity of his logic. But to return, can I ask him to return for a moment to an issue which concerns the fate of more than 60 million of our fellow citizens, which is whether this country is going to leave the EU without a deal because this House fails to reach an agreement. The purpose of this amendment is to facilitate, within the period of a short extension, a 3-month extension and not a long one, the ability of this House, by some mechanism, actually to debate and resolve the question of a deal across the parties. If he would like to make a statement now from the dispatch box that on the day in question the government will bring forward its own motion describing exactly the process we seek and allowing the House by express votes to arrive at a sensible compromise solution, none of those of us who've put this forward prefer to grab the order paper. None of us prefer these elaborate devices to achieve this. We seek, above all and only, to ensure that the House has the opportunity to rescue our fellow citizens from a fate that both he and I wish to avoid.
Mr. Speaker, I completely accept the sincerity and good intentions of my right honourable friend's approach and equally of the other signatories to the motion. But I think it has the deficiencies to which I referred earlier, and it is precisely because we would need in this scenario a process which actually ensured that this House faced up to decisions that I have proposed on behalf of the government, that in the 2 weeks following the European Council, were we in the position by then that no withdrawal agreement had been approved by the House to allow for a technical extension only, consultations with other parties through the usual channels to try to find a process that then enables the House to find its majority. And I do say to my right honourable friend, for the reasons I set out at some length earlier on, I simply do not think that the European Council would see it as plausible to agree a 3-month extension without much greater clarity about what, not just the process, but about an outcome in this hypothetical scenario. And not only that, but as I understand it, what my right honourable friend, who, as he says, he's always supported the deal that the Prime Minister negotiated is on the table, but what he is putting forward to the House is a scenario in which the House might agree on something that required significant changes to the current text. We don't know that, but if it, Mr. Speaker, what we would then face is a considerable exercise at EU level in terms of textual amendments, the process of going through the different EU institutions. So I think that the procedure that I have set out, and which the government is committing it now, I'm not giving way, on which the government is committing itself to, does offer the House the best way forward. Now, if I can, Mr. Speaker, I'm not giving way further. Mr. Speaker, I have been on my feet now for over an hour, and I think it's fair for other members to have the opportunity to catch your eye. If I can finally, Mr. Speaker, turn to Amendment E, tabled in the name of the Leader of the Opposition. Now, this requests an extension of Article 50 and for time to be provided for the House to find a majority for a different approach. Now, on the first point, I'm sure that the official opposition would be pleased to see that the motion under discussion today is about whether to extend Article 50, so an amendment is hardly required to make that point. But as ever, the amendment from the opposition front bench is all about ruling things out, never trying to propose anything in its stead. And I do note that once again the Right Honourable Gentleman Leader of the Opposition is not advocating a second referendum, and while that position accords with the government's policy, I had not thought that that was the policy of the Labour Party as well. And the truth of the matter is that the Right Honourable Gentleman's alternative Brexit plan, itself of questionable feasibility, was decisively rejected by 323 votes to 240 in the debate on the 27th of February. And I do not see the need to provide further time in which to discuss that. Mr. Speaker, I said in opening my speech that seeking an extension to Article 50 is not something that the government ever wanted to have to do, but we've arrived at this point because it has been the will of this House, and now the House has to decide between the two courses of action that realistically are available to it. Either we approve a deal before the March European Council, legislating for and ratifying it during a short technical extension to the 30th of June, or we fail in our duty to deliver on the result of the referendum, requiring then, if we're to comply with what the House voted for last night, to hold elections to the European Parliament 2 months after the British people expected us to have left, and prolonging the uncertainty that would do severe damage to this country. It is a stark and a serious choice that we face, and I commend this motion to the House.
What about my amendment?
Well, the honourable gentleman is observing, some would say bleating, I would say observing, from a sedentary position that his amendment was not referred to by the Minister. I'm sure the tender sensibilities of the honourable gentleman will recover from the assault to which they have been subject. Point of order.
If it helps the honourable gentleman member for Rhondda, I'm conscious that I did omit responding to his amendment, but I shall draw that to the attention of the Secretary of State for Ex-European Union so that he's able to, if time permits, to make some response during his concluding remarks. The honourable member asked if the government will be supporting his amendment. I do urge him to contain his excitement on that matter.
The question is as on the order paper. Sir Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support Amendment E in my name and the name of the Leader of the Opposition. When the Prime Minister announced 2 weeks ago that she would hold a second meaningful vote on the 12th of March, and if that failed, that she would enable a vote on the 13th of March on whether we leave on the 29th of March without a deal, and if that succeeded, enable a vote on extension of Article 50 on the 14th of March today, she was taken at her word. Had the Prime Minister simply done that yesterday by tabling a simple motion seeking agreement that the UK not leave the EU without an agreement on the 29th of March, she would have succeeded with a hefty majority. But for reasons best known to herself and her advisers, she tagged unnecessary words to her motion yesterday, causing splits, divisions and chaos on our own side, and putting further into question the ability of the government to govern. Today, it seems, the lessons of yesterday have not been learnt. A simple motion today seeking a mandate from this House to ask for an extension of Article 50 for a length and purpose to be negotiated with the EU would pass by a hefty majority. But again, the Prime Minister risks splits, divisions and chaos by tabling a motion that wraps the question of whether there should be a third meaningful vote into what should be a simple question of extension. The idea of bringing back the deal for a third time without even the pretense that anything has changed, other than, of course, using up more time, is an act of desperation. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was offered a bet about this for £50, which would go to Help for Heroes from the Honourable Member for Rayleigh and Wickford. I should have taken up that bet, and perhaps he and I should now both offer £50 to Help for Heroes, because it looks as though the government, in all seriousness, is adopting this absurd and irresponsible approach of simply putting the same deal again a week later, now not even pretending that anything has changed other than another week has been used up. I will give way.
Very grateful to the right honourable learned gentleman giving way. Has he, like me, read the rumours in the newspaper that the government may try to argue that there's been a material change in circumstances by changing their legal advice to take into account Article 62 of the Vienna Convention? And does he, like me, agree with the weight of legal opinion that they're on a hiding to nothing with that argument?
Hear, hear.
I'm grateful for that intervention, and we wait to see what further advice the attorney gives, if any. But I have to say, the suggested nuclear option of crashing the treaty completely, bringing down citizens' rights, the financial arrangements, the customs arrangements, the trading arrangements, as the way forward, came as a surprise. And that's for the reason I thought the attorney had left it out of the advice he gave last week. But to burn the whole house down, to try to suspend or stop the backstop, is so extreme that I'd be extremely surprised if the government rests its case next week on that basis. I will give way.
The Attorney General is going to say next week, but I would say politely to the right honourable gentleman that in paragraph 19 he does clearly make reference to a fundamental change of circumstances, which would indicate to me that Article 62 was something in his mind.
I accept that, and it's there in that paragraph. What I'm saying is this: it is a nuclear option to crash a whole treaty, including everything in it, and it has consequences in international law. If you crash a treaty, you can be taken to court for crashing the treaty and be challenged on it. But also, you're crashing everything. All the citizens' rights that have been agreed, crashed. All the trading arrangements, crashed. The transition period, crashed. Are we really suggesting that this is the credible basis for a further meaningful vote? I will give way.
Every word he said. I mean, this is a unicorn. Because it cannot happen unless so seismic a failure were to take place with the other party that it could justify it. And the idea that simply because the backstop is still in place, it could be justified to bring the whole treaty down under Article 62 is so far-fetched that it can be no doubt, if it was ever contemplated, that was why it was left out, because it's an unsustainable argument.
I couldn't agree more, and I suspected that's why it was left out in any meaningful sense from the advice last week. And we will wait to see what the attorney says if there is a meaningful vote next week. But if the idea is to bring back the meaningful vote, and it's going to be suggested that what's changed in a week is that we now know we can crash the entire treaty, well, we wait for that argument to be presented, but I'm not sure that's going to be persuasive of those that the government hopes to get back on board with their deal. I will give way again.
The honourable lady who speaks from behind the Treasury bench has just indicated that she thinks that the Article 62 option was already foreshadowed in the existing legal opinion. If she's right about that, then it won't be a change in circumstances justifying meaningful vote 3, will it? If it was there already.
I better answer that one first. The problem with that argument is that, as far as the government's concerned, the mere fact that it was available last time we voted doesn't appear to inhibit them from saying that it's a change of circumstances. So it may be put forward. I will give way again because I think we'll...
I did say very clearly that I have no idea what's in the Attorney General's mind at this moment, but that it seemed to me that the use of those words meant that he had at least considered Article 62. He may, of course, wish to develop that argument much further, and I look forward to hearing from him.
Mr. Speaker, can I just bring this part to hold? What I'm trying to say is this. That the meaningful vote having been put once and lost heavily, having been put again and lost heavily, I think the yearning across the House, the majority view is that what we really need to do now, what we're trying to do this week, is simply decide yesterday that no deal on the 29th of March should be ruled out, and a simple proposition would have done that without all the fallout, and the simple proposition today that we need to extend Article 50 and then press on in some form that we can agree to find a purpose and to find a majority. And across the House, I think, precisely what that model is, not just at the moment, I will in a minute, precisely what that model is and how we do it is secondary to the fact that we have got to find a way to find a majority, because otherwise the whole discussion about lengths of extension, it's an argument in a vacuum. If you don't know what you're doing, then you don't know how long you need. I will give way, because I hope the honourable member is going to join me in putting up 50 quid to help for heroes, but don't tell my wife I gamble.
My honourable friends have told me that the Right Honourable General very kindly referred. I popped into the gents. That's why I missed it. I'm very sorry. It's a very human.
You need to know all the details.
Mr. Speaker, I don't share your iron bladder. Quite right. The Right Honourable Gentleman, I bet him 50 quid for Help for Heroes that meaningful vote 3 would be on the 26th. Now, hang on. It is now perfectly clear from the government's motion it will be before the 20th, and I would now guess the 19th, so next Tuesday, in which case I will definitely give him 50 quid for Help for Heroes, a brilliant charity. For the avoidance of doubt, will he take a cheque?
I have to say, Mr. Speaker, taking cheques from the honourable gentleman may be a slippery slope, but maybe in the spirit of compromise, why don't both he and I give £50 to Help for Heroes, and then I will give way to that.
I'm grateful to my point of order, Mr. Angus Brendan McNeill.
Well, it's laudable, Mr. Speaker, to donate money to charities. Is it in order to be gambling? Are we turning the House of Commons into a casino now?
Well, I think we shouldn't altogether, despite the seriousness of the situation, lose our senses of humour. And I think that the Right Honourable Gentleman's observations and those of the Shadow Secretary of State should be taken in that vein. Oh, very well. Point of order, Mr. Francois.
For the avoidance of doubt, we'll call that 50 quid each way the Starmer Compromise.
That doesn't require adjudication by the chair, but the Right Honourable Gentleman has put his point on the record. I think that the Honourable Gentleman for Elton was about to intervene.
I think the moment's passed, Mr. Speaker, but nonetheless, I'm going to dispense with the gambling theme. But my right honourable friend would have heard the Shadow Prime Minister trying to answer his friend from West Dorset in relation to facilitating discussions across this House. I mean, did he, like me, expect the government to come here this morning, following the defeats last night, to talk about how they can facilitate those discussions rather than come up with technical points to defeat an amendment which is trying to achieve that aim?
I'm grateful for that intervention because it really follows up on a theme I was trying to advance yesterday, which is how we go forward from here depends on the attitude of the Prime Minister and the attitude of the government. Because at this stage, what I think a majority in the House wants is a Prime Minister who says, I now recognise my deal has been heavily defeated twice, and in the spirit of finding a way forward, I will drop my red lines and come up with a process by which the House can express views as to an alternative way forward. Because if we can't do that, if it's not, and this was the point I was trying to make yesterday, if the Prime Minister doesn't facilitate that and put that process forward herself, then the only thing that the House can do is to try to force it on her. And that does have constitutional ramifications. I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm not saying it shouldn't be done. It may have to be done. But I do say, and this is a serious point for the government, I think it would be better if the Prime Minister today was to say that she would, in fact, play her part in whatever the process needs to be to find a majority. And I think that that would be the first step forward. I said yesterday, and I say it again, I actually think that should have happened 2 years ago. But that's as maybe. But what we need to do is do it again, because otherwise, what we risk is simply setting another clock ticking that then dictates in exactly the same way, whether it's months or weeks or however long it is. If we just do this all by a clock, without a purpose, we won't be getting anywhere. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the honourable and learned gentleman for giving way. I'm listening to what he's saying with great care. It seems that the opposition's policy has now changed again. As I understood it from his party's conference, having failed to get its own version of Brexit through, it would then seek a general election. If that failed, it would then back a people's vote. Now it seems that his party's policy is to compromise with the government to facilitate Brexit. On that basis, could he confirm whether tonight, when the vote on Amendment H is called, will Labour be voting for a people's vote, abstaining, or voting against?
I'm grateful for that intervention. I have said on a number of occasions that the Labour Party supports a public vote and played a very large part in the conference motion. But today is about the question of whether Article 50 should be extended and whether we can find a purpose. Hear me out. It's a very serious question, very serious challenge. I need to answer it. But the honourable member will know that many colleagues in and out of this place, absolutely supportive of the cause that she supports, namely a people's vote, vehemently disagree with this amendment being tabled and voted on today. The People's Vote campaign, so it's pretty clear where they stand, have issued a formal statement of their position today in response to Amendment H, saying we have made it clear, we have made it clear that we do not regard today as the right time to press the case for the public to be given a final say. Instead, this is the time for... I'm just answering the question. I'm answering it fully, and I want to do it properly. This is the People's Vote campaign issuing a statement in response to this amendment. Instead, this is the time for Parliament to declare it wants an extension of Article 50 Brexit deadline so that after 2.5 years of vexed negotiations, our political leaders can finally decide on what Brexit means. That's the official position of the People's Vote campaign. In addition, I think this will be the first time I think I'm going to complete this answer. This will be the first time I think that I've quoted Alistair Campbell from the dispatch box. But I don't... whatever you could or couldn't say about Alistair Campbell, you can't doubt where he stands on a people's vote. He has said today it is wrong to press the People's Vote amendment when the issue is essentially about extension. I think it's the wrong time, and I thought it's for the wrong reason. Now, if I'm going to complete the answer. I'm going to complete the answer. If those pressing those pressing this amendment seem to be out of step with the vast majority of co-campaigners who are campaigning for exactly the same cause. Now, they may genuinely have a difference of opinion. They may genuinely have a difference of opinion, but we will not be supporting H tonight. I give way.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. Mr. Speaker, we are 2 weeks away from leaving the European Union as things stand. We are where we are in terms of the amendments that are in front of us today. I wouldn't necessarily have chosen to put down the amendment the way it's come forward. But I say to the right honourable member, our friend and colleague on the benches beside us, that we have that opportunity with the amendment today to express the views of people in the House of Commons that we must have a people's vote. And I implore him not to stand against the amendment today. But I'm afraid that Labour will be found out for what they are, a fraud, and they're participating in Brexit happening if they fail to back the people's vote this afternoon.
Great rhetoric, no substance. Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, the amendment that we have put down for the Labour Party today is clear that we seek an extension of Article 50. And we want to find a process to decide where the majority is and how we go forward. Our position has been clear about what we support, and I've said it from this dispatch box many, many times. A close economic relationship based on customs union, single market alignment, and a public vote on the deal, any deal the Prime Minister gets through. That has been our position. I've said it so many times from this dispatch box. We want to have those options decided upon, but as the vast majority of people, I think, and members in this House think today is about extending Article 50 and finding a way to that process. It doesn't rule out those amendments. It doesn't rule out support for those amendments, and to suggest that it does is disingenuous. It is simply saying today is about extending Article 50 and moving on from there. I will give way.
I'm very grateful for the right honourable and learned member giving way. Does he agree with me that it's a great concern that elected members of Parliament who represent the interests of their constituents have not had an opportunity to vote on a wide range of options that may lead to consensus in this House about a way forward, and in fact that the Prime Minister never put her negotiating red lines to this House? It is therefore very difficult to see without that process how we can properly examine all the compromises that the Prime Minister keeps urging us that we need to unite around.
I'm grateful because that encapsulates the problem that we've been living with for the last 2 years. I'll just answer this and then I will give way in just one moment. The referendum answered the question, would you rather be in or out of the EU? It didn't answer the question, if out, what sort of future relationship do you want? On which there are many views, ranging from very remote relationship, looking elsewhere for trade, etc., to essentially keeping within the models that have worked reasonably well in the last half century or so. Massively different, ideologically different views. And that's the reason why the Prime Minister should have put her red lines to Parliament. The original red lines that came out in the autumn of 2016 were not even put to the Cabinet before the Prime Minister announced them. Now, on a question of this importance, whether you're the Prime Minister or not, it is not good enough to shrink that decision to such a small group of people, not open it out to the Cabinet in the first instance, and never to open it out to Parliament. And that is a central point. I will give way, and then I'll give way.
Very grateful to my right honourable learned gentleman for giving way. As always, I'm extremely grateful for the words that he has to say on another referendum. But does he understand that many of us on this side are very strongly tempted to vote for the amendments that's on the order paper today, partly because not all of the shadow cabinet and sometimes official spokespeople for the leader of the opposition do not speak with the clarity that he speaks with, and people are very unsettled about that. We accept there may be more and probably better opportunities to vote for an amendment on another referendum, such as that one in the names of my honourable friends, the member for Hove and Sedgefield. But nevertheless, we have to ensure that the Labour Party speaks with one clear voice on this. No more mixed messages.
Well, I'm grateful for that intervention. I've always tried to speak in a clear voice on this, and I've spoken for the Labour Party on this issue. And as the honourable member will know, I'll give way in just one. As the honourable member will know, I've had many and ongoing discussions with the member for Hove and Sedgefield about the amendment that they have been working on. And so today is not about the Labour Party saying it wouldn't support such an amendment. It's about saying today is about extension and about the process. But let me just restate: the Labour Party is supporting a public vote on any deal that gets through by the Prime Minister. A lock on that. But today is about a different issue. I hope that's clear and gives some reassurance to my hope.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I thank him for that very important assurance. And it's certainly what I want to hear consistently from across the front bench. He always says it with great clarity. The Shadow Chancellor with great clarity, and I want to hear that from all of us, because we need that public vote. I repeatedly campaigned it from the start. But I wanted to ask him on a different issue. He was talking about the Cabinet and advice and discussions. Is he aware that there are reports that the Attorney General has been sharing new draft legal advice, allegedly with members of the ERG, which we are not clear has been shared with the Cabinet or indeed members of this House? Does he believe that that situation would be legal, given that they normally say they don't share any draft legal advices, or whether in fact that should be made available to all of us in this House?
The short answer is I don't know whether it's been shared. I do remember the attorney very strongly asserting from the dispatch box that it would be quite improper to share any advice with any member of the House, unless, of course, it's shared with all members of the House. I've given away a lot. I am going now to make some progress. I'm going to make some progress. Mr. Speaker, this debate is absolutely necessary, but it's not welcome. Applying for an extension of Article 50 with 15 days to go is a hopeless end to 2 years of negotiation. Fault lies squarely at the government's door. Not with civil servants, not with this House. I touched on this yesterday, but I want to repeat it because it's an extremely important point. It's no good the Prime Minister and the government blaming everyone but themselves for the position we find ourselves in. To be in government is to govern, to lead, to think through what deal might get majority support, to realise that consensus would be needed, and to have a 2-year strategy to ensure the consensus is reached. That's been missing. To understand, given the deep divisions on the government side, meaningful engagement with the opposition from the start would have been better than blinkered intransigence. I've lost time. I've lost track. I will do in one moment. I've lost track of the number of times I've complained that the Prime Minister and Government have pushed Parliament to one side. This week is the culmination of that failed strategy. I will give way.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm enormously grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way. May I reflect to him ever so gently that what the Labour Party and what he is proposing to do today is causing considerable anxiety amongst many businesses in Northern Ireland who want certainty. They want certainty. It's also, I believe, causing considerable anxiety amongst the border communities in Northern Ireland. And I know the right honourable gentleman cares about that. How can he offer reassurance to businesses in Northern Ireland and to the border communities about what the Labour Party is proposing in its amendment today?
I'm grateful as ever for that intervention. There is great anxiety about uncertainty, and the uncertainty is because the government, after 2 years, has come back with a deal that it can't get through Parliament. That's what's causing the uncertainty. And I think that's because the red lines were wrong in the first place. I think it's because the Prime Minister never engaged Parliament in the negotiating objectives so that she could have the majority. And I think it's because of her blinkered approach, which is I'm going to keep ramming my deal time and time again without listening to other people. And so we've reached an impasse that does create uncertainty, and it is causing anxiety both in Northern Ireland and across the United Kingdom. But no, the question was, what's the Labour Party trying to do? What we are trying to do, and we're not alone in this, it's clearly shared across the House, is to say, given that impasse, and it is an impasse, no point anybody pretending it isn't. Once you've lost by 230 votes and 149 votes, you can't pretend you're not in an impasse. So what we're actually asking for is the government to say, we realise it's an impasse, and we, the government, will now find a way to find what the majority view is so we can move forward. But they won't do it. So what we're proposing is that as soon as possible, and I think that, and no, I'm going to finish this answer. What we're proposing is that we extend Article 50, and as soon as we can, we find a mechanism or process, and we should be open-minded as to what that is, to find what the majority in this House want to move forward, because otherwise we will not find that majority. And we have said time and again that the two proposals that we have always argued for a close economic relationship, and we're supportive of a public vote. But we have to listen to Parliament on that. I'm going to make some progress, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm going to make some progress. Because here we are with 15 days to go. Article 50 extension is a necessity, not a choice. It's the only way to try to prevent leaving without a deal on the 29th of March. And that's what our amendment seeks to achieve. Now, it is important that we identify a purpose. The first purpose is this, essentially to remove the 29th March cliff edge. We simply can't vote against no deal, as we did last night, and then take no further action. I've repeatedly said that this should have been done weeks ago, rather than left to the last minute. And the sooner, the better. So Parliament must act today, instruct the government to seek an extension of Article 50. But we do need to begin the debate about the wider issues. Extension should be as short as possible, but it does need to be long enough to achieve the agreed purpose. And I listened to the exchanges earlier on about EU elections. And to be clear, the Labour Party doesn't want to be involved in EU elections. There are at least 3 different views, both here and I know in Brussels, because I've been discussing this in Brussels for 6 months. And the 3 different views, there may be more, are one view is that we can't get past May without participating in the elections. Another view is we can't get past June without participating in the EU elections. Another view is that it might be possible and could be possible to have a protocol or agreement to the treaty that would allow a longer extension without EU elections. All 3 opinions are circulating here and in Brussels, with lawyers putting their names to those different positions. What I think needs to happen is that we need to decide as a House what is it we're asking for extra time for. Then we need to go to, I will adjust one. We then need to, or the government then needs to go to Brussels and seek an extension for the agreed purpose and have that discussion and negotiation about how long that should be. But the one thing that we shouldn't do is just set the clock running and say that will now dictate everything that happens from here on.
I'm very grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. Is it not actually the whole experience of dealing with the EU, not just on these matters, but for many, many years, that actually, because it's a treaty-based organisation, politics and law are much closer aligned than in this country, for example, and it's perfectly possible for the Council members acting as member states to take decisions which actually become effective, even if some set of lawyers within the apparatus happen to think it was rather odd before. They adapt themselves to it with heroic adaptability.
Absolutely, and I agree, and he, like me, has probably been having those conversations with lawyers and officials and politicians across the EU 27 countries, and all 3 views have been expressed to me by officials and politicians, including the view that if it were necessary to go beyond June for an agreed purpose, that could be possible without involving ourselves in EU elections. But we need to go and have that discussion. Now, I don't pretend for a moment there aren't legal implications, and I don't pretend for a moment that it's easy, but I do know that it's a discussion that could be had. Yes, I will.
I strongly agree with what the right honourable gentleman is saying, and doesn't this underline that continuing to delay taking a decision because the government isn't getting the answer it wants and its own delay of crucial votes means we do have a tendency to be overtaken by events. We clearly don't like the prospect of European Union elections, but there may be other events that intervene to complicate this House's ability to take decisions. So we should now get on with the process that unblocks the gridlock so that we can move things forward and move our country forward.
I'm grateful for that intervention. I do agree, because one of the frustrations, I think, is now being faced with arguments from the government that the period of time for an extension must be really short for various reasons, when they ran away from the vote on the 10th of December. We could have known on the 11th of December that this deal was never going to go through. We'd have then had 3.5 months left on the clock before we even got to any question of extension, and then another 3 months even on the government's own analysis to try to sort the problem out. Here we are with 15 days to go, having this discussion about extension in the worst of circumstances, but for one reason, and that is because the deal that was signed on the 25th of November and could have been put on the 11th of December was pulled. It has never changed. Not one word of that agreement has ever changed. All that's happened is for 3+ months we've been waiting to vote again on the same proposition. We can't waste another week next week doing the same thing. I will give way.
Thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. Can I say that on Amendment H, I welcome the fact that he will be opposing it tonight, and I will join him on that, and his right honourable friend, the member for Don Valley, because I think it is right that this House should set a clear message on the matter of the people's vote, that it should be before this House tonight, it should be determined, and I hope that it will be defeated so we can move on.
That isn't what I said. I didn't say we would oppose it. It is obvious. It is obvious that we're supportive of the principle. It's a question of timing. It's a question only of timing. I am going to move on. Sorry, I did say good
I am grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving right honourable learned gentleman. He says people have to be clear and be clear before the last minute. So can I ask him, in the interests of clarity, so that we know the situation, that if other member states of the European Union were to veto an extension of Article 50, what his position would be? Would he be for no deal, or would he be for the sensible option of revocation?
Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the advantages of having this debate for 4 days running is that most of the questions and most of the answers are well rehearsed. It's the same answer I gave yesterday, which we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. On the subject of Amendment H, can I just say through him that he has nothing to be ashamed of in how he's led our party's position on Brexit, and yelling shame on you across the chamber doesn't inspire a great deal of support amongst Labour members, and isn't the way to, I didn't think was a way to build the new politics. But can I say to him, however, further to the point made by my right honourable friend, the member for Exeter, there is a considerable degree of discomfort amongst those of us on these benches who do support the principle of allowing the people to decide, not because of anything he said or the Shadow Chancellor said or other leading figures have said, but because it is not a uniform position from the front bench. So can I ask him to clarify that in the event that hopefully a proposal comes forward from my honourable friends, the member for Hove and Sedgefield, that this principle, which I believe is the only way to break the deadlock on Brexit, will be one that will be wholeheartedly supported by the Labour leadership?
Yes. And thank you for that intervention. The point I was really trying to make about Amendment H is this: that in the circumstances where the vast majority of those who are campaigning for exactly the same end think that this is not the time for that amendment, is it the case that those pushing it genuinely disagree with all their co-campaigners, genuinely disagree, or are they pushing it for another reason? Mr. Speaker, I'm going to. I will do.
my right honourable and learned friend for giving way. Given the record-breaking defeat suffered by the government and their abysmal failure to get a consensus, would my right honourable friend agree that Amendment E, under the name of the Leader of the Opposition, and also Amendment I, for that fact, from the right honourable member for Leeds Central, merely provide a vehicle to arrive at a consensus? Given that the government has failed, surely that is the only way that we can move forward.
Well, I do agree with that, and in the end, stripping all the amendments away, the simple proposition is whether we can extend Article 50 today and then between us come up with a vehicle or model for deciding and helping to break the impasse. That is why we crafted Amendment A. We have been clear that we support a close economic relationship. We also support a public vote. We have offered, as of yesterday, to talk to people across the House to discuss those approaches. That will take time. It's not a silver bullet, but it's the responsible thing to do. It's the way out of the mess the government has made. And the government should listen, even at this late stage, and facilitate that process. So I urge the House to support our Amendment A tonight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Sir William Cash.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Alarmingly, Mr. Speaker, during his speech, the Chancellor of the Duchy of...
Order. The House must calm itself. We are about to hear from the Chair of the European Scrutiny Committee, Sir William Cash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alarmingly, during his speech, the Chancellor of the Duchy did not answer my intervention on him, asking for confirmation that the express repeal of the 1972 Act under Section 1 of the Withdrawal Act 2018 would be continued. This includes the time and date of our leaving the European Union on the 29th of March 2019. This is the law of the land, which, despite any motions which may be passed, precludes not only an extension of time, but also the revocation of Article 50. This is what the voters voted for in the referendum. Moreover, the Shadow Secretary of State for DEXU, in his exchanges with me last week, asserted that he wanted the repeal of the 1972 Act itself repealed. I'd be grateful if he could contradict that if he wishes to do so.
I intervene. I'm sorry, I only caught the second half of that, and no discourtesy intended. The point, if this is the point that is being put to me, I have always said that fixing a date to repeal the Act of the 29th of March was a mistake because we would always need transition. We'd need the Act to run during transition. I've always thought that putting a date on the statute was a big mistake for so many reasons, and now we're going to have to put it right before the 29th of March.
I understand that point, but that was not the point on which we had an exchange last week, actually. I'm sorry if he didn't catch me at that point. It is simply this, that I was asking him whether he wanted the repeal of the 1972 Act, which is contained in Section 1 of the Withdrawal Act, and he indicated to me last week that he did want it. After all, the Labour Party did themselves vote against the Withdrawal Act itself on second reading and indeed on third reading. So we can assume that they did not want the repeal of the 1972 Act and are therefore themselves committed to a course which is inconsistent with what the voters decided in the referendum. The future, therefore, as respects the position on both sides of the House, is that the United Kingdom is in a very dangerous crossroads in the middle of a fog. Mr. Speaker, I have done my best over the last 30 years to be both consistent and address the principles which underlie the sovereignty of this Parliament in delivering the wishes, the democratic wishes, of the British people through parliamentary government and not through government by Parliament, as is proposed by certain members of this House in respect of giving priority to private members' bills over the Standing Order 14 requirement that government business takes precedence. I, for one, believe that this Parliament can both deliver the referendum vote, ensure the constitutional integrity of the United Kingdom, including Northern Ireland,
fully comply with the vote to leave following the Referendum Act, passed as we know by 6 to 1 in this House, comply with the Notification of Withdrawal Act in full, which so many members who are now turning into rejoiners, let alone reversers, actually voted for, and also the European Union Withdrawal Act 2018 in full, which received royal assent on the 26th of June last year, and which itself includes exit day on the 29th of March. I say with great respect to my right honourable friend and learned friend, the member for Rushcliffe, that he himself, I'm sure he will recall, voted for the third reading of the Withdrawal Act itself. We have had substantial debates, Mr. Speaker, about the backstop and, of course, about the most recent advice of the Attorney-General. My European Scrutiny Committee have issued a very critical report about the withdrawal agreement, which I urged the House to read and came out only last week. We have asked for, but have not yet received, a draft of the withdrawal and implementation bill, and I say that because that bill, if passed, would enact this withdrawal agreement in our domestic law, which would become the law of the land. What I seek to do, Mr. Speaker, is to make some proposals as to what would be needed in any such withdrawal and implementation bill in order, as enacted, in order to satisfy the fundamental issues over which we have but few days to go, to make sure that we actually leave the European Union with an exit day of the 29th of March. Given the timescale that would be available for this withdrawal and implementation bill to be enacted, we can assume that it will be rammed through and there will be virtually no time to discuss proposals that could be made by way of amendments to it, and there will be no proper debate. So the law of the land relating to the withdrawal agreement will be literally rammed through this House. So what is it that I have in mind? First of all, Mr. Speaker, we must protect Northern Ireland in its constitutional status in the United Kingdom. Discussions have been continuing since the Attorney-General's recent advice and will continue, including matters which arise, which have been given further analysis by distinguished lawyers, both as to the backstop and issues arising in international law, including Article 62 of the Vienna Convention. These matters are important and remain unresolved. I was extremely glad this morning to hear Arlene Foster today confirming that this was the position as of now, and I trust that when that further analysis is available, then the Attorney-General will take serious note of the point that this panel of distinguished lawyers has prepared. Secondly, yes, of course, I certainly...
I thank the right honourable gentleman for all the work he does as chairing the European Union Scrutiny Committee. He mentioned Northern Ireland. Does it still concern him what the Minister said yesterday about more power being given to the Irish government? You know, sometimes people, particularly in Northern Ireland, will say there's no smoke without fire.
Well, absolutely. I entirely agree with what the Honourable Lady has said. I was concerned what I heard there, and I also will add that I've always believed from the very origins of this backstop on the 8th of December a year ago that the bottom line here was to open the door to the prospect in the hands of the Taoiseach, the opportunity perhaps to have a border poll and also to maintain the aspirations for a united Ireland. So, secondly, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has assured me on the floor of the House that the express repeal of the European Community Act 1972 contained in the 2018 Withdrawal Act would be restated in the Withdrawal and Implementation Bill as enacted. This includes, therefore, exit day on the 29th of March. It would have to be an express repeal, and secondly, in respect of any potential disapplication by the courts under Article 4 of the Withdrawal Agreement, combined with Sections 5 and 6 of the European Union Withdrawal Act 2018, the bill would need to contain an express exclusion of the power of the courts to disapply by their own judgment the repeal of the European Communities Act 1972 itself and other related enactments. This is a very dangerous situation, whereby under Article 4 we have been given under the withdrawal agreement an arrangement whereby by primary legislation, which is the Withdrawal and Implementation Bill, the courts would be able to disapply enactments, even potentially including the Withdrawal Act itself, or aspects of it. The repeal of the European Communities Act 1972 is the statutory anchor of the referendum vote itself. There are also issues of international law with respect to the compliance of international obligations arising from the withdrawal agreement, which includes the fact in our international law that when that agreement, which is even now as yet unsigned, was negotiated, it was negotiated in the certain and understood knowledge that in the European Union and by the European Union that we had enacted the repeal of the 1972 Act, subject only to the question of exit day, which we are now considering. The repeal itself is paramount, and it applies also to the backstop and the constitutional status of Northern Ireland as an integral part of the United Kingdom. This is, just one moment, I'll finish my sentence. It is essential that this repeal is maintained within the framework of the constitutional integrity of the United Kingdom, as I have repeatedly stated with respect to the question of control over laws, and I'll repeat again what I said to the Prime Minister 2 days ago. She herself at Lancaster House said, and she said it truly, and it is a fact, and it is law. We will not have truly left the European Union if we are not in control of our own laws. I'll give way.
Thank you. I'm very grateful indeed to the Honourable Gentleman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I just correct the record and just make absolutely clear that the Brexit deal that the Prime Minister has signed actually protects the Good Friday Belfast Agreement on page 307, and it protects the consent principle, so that the constitutional status of Northern Ireland remains unchanged by the Brexit deal and the political declaration. It remains in the hands of the people of Northern Ireland voting in a border poll.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for that point, but I will make this point in addition, that actually we do not know what the Withdrawal and Implementation Bill will contain. That is the problem. That is why my European Scrutiny Committee insisted that we see a draft of it, because it's one thing to have a treaty arrangement which as yet is still uncompleted and unsigned. It's another thing then to know how the draftsman is attempting to implement it in a bill which we haven't even seen. It's a very serious problem, and we've got almost no time, as the Honourable Lady will understand as a lawyer herself, in order to examine the very significant provisions which will be included in that bill.
I'm most grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for taking a second intervention so promptly. Can I just repeat to the Honourable Gentleman that the political declaration on the future relationship between the United Kingdom and the EU says, in black and white, I haven't invented this, in black and white, that it protects the Good Friday Belfast Agreement in all its parts, Does the Right Honourable Gentleman suggest to this House that the Prime Minister and this government don't mean and keep their word? I would be very concerned if that's what he is suggesting.
To say that on the matter of, for example, the Chequers deal, we went through the whole of the ramifications enacting the Withdrawal Act with royal assent on the 29th of March, and on the 6th of July we had it completely overturned. That's why I said in a previous debate I had lost trust in the government and the Prime Minister. That's the point. I'm asking a lot of big questions on this simply because I have grave doubts as to what we will be confronted with. And this bill, as enacting into our domestic law, the arrangements which are supposed to be included in the withdrawal agreement, to which I've been so vehemently opposed because I think it undermines the sovereignty of the United Kingdom Parliament and the vote, is my reason for actually stating to her now that I retain my concern and my distrust. Now, Mr. Speaker, could I say this? I will indeed.
Can I thank you for giving way? I should say we do need to call out the idea that the Irish government are trying to deliberately cause problems to push a referenda to try and get United Ireland. The Irish government have been trying desperately to make sense of what has been a confusing negotiation led by this Parliament and by this government, making sure that their own interests, of course, are aligned. But it is not the case, as has been stated, that the backstop doesn't provide a problem for the Good Friday Agreement and for Northern Ireland, because it does. And that's been the lion's share of a lot of the debate that have taken place here. Because if you're not part of the customs union, the single market, you have got to have a border somewhere, whether that's on the island of Ireland or in the Irish Sea, it's got to be somewhere. And the idea that you can cast that aside of it is not important, quite frankly, is negligent. We cannot continue to have that kind of vacuous debate in here. Let's have it on substance.
I can only say to the honourable gentleman, having, as it were, been involved in these European issues for about 34 years, and also having some knowledge of constitutional law and the way in which these things operate in practice, I simply say to him that I am not going to trust anybody or anything until I see a copy of the bill, which would be rammed through this House. If we hadn't had a chance to look at it before, it would put us considerably at risk. That is the point I'm making, and I think we need to take that into account. Anyway, the question to which I now turn is the framework of our having left the EU lawfully under the European Union Withdrawal Act 2018. Subject only to the extension of time, this is the law of the land and how we assert our own sovereign constitutional right, not merely to reaffirm, but to guarantee in law that we do control our own laws in this Parliament as a sovereign nation in line with the democratic wishes of the British electorate in general elections. The European Communities Act itself was passed on the basis of a white paper which preceded it. In that white paper, there was an unequivocal, an absolutely unequivocal statement that we would retain the veto in matters affecting our vital national interests. Gradually, over time, since 1973, there has been a continuing reduction, a whittling away of this veto away to virtual extinction. Leaving the EU, however, Mr. Speaker, in the context of this Article 4, the withdrawal agreement, raises this question again as an issue of fundamental importance. We are no longer living in the legal world of factortame. That was when we were in the European Union. When we leave it, the circumstances change. We simply cannot have laws imposed upon us against our vital national interests, passed by and imposed upon us by the Council of Ministers behind closed doors during the transitional period or at any time. This would be done by qualified majority voting or consensus. It would subjugate, as I said to the Chancellor of Lancaster in my first intervention on the previous debate, this would subjugate this Parliament for the first time in our entire history, as we have left the European Union, without our being part of the European Union, and therefore it would be a radical invasion of the powers and privileges of this House, which I believe would effectively be castrated during that period of time. We would be subjected to total humiliation. I therefore regard it as axiomatic that in the Withdrawal and Implementation Bill as enacted, we include a parliamentary veto over any such law within the entire range of European treaties and laws. As chairman of the European Scrutiny Committee, we currently have about 200 uncleared European provisions, and in my 34 years on the European Scrutiny Committee, we have never once overturned a European law imposed upon us through the Council of Ministers. Just think about it, Mr. Speaker, that this House would accept laws by qualified majority vote without our being there, no transcript, and we will once have been in the EU, now we will have left. Having left changes totally the basis on which we will conduct our business. Under our standing orders, my committee has the task of evaluating in respect of European Union documents what is of legal and political importance, and the right to refer matters to European Standing Committee or to the floor of the House, particularly where the government accepts the latter. We can impose a scrutiny reserve. This means that the government ministers cannot, except in exceptional circumstances, agree to any proposed law passed in the Council of Ministers in defiance of our scrutiny reserve. However, this is not a veto. Once the matter has been debated or the scrutiny reserve removed, then any such law becomes the law of the United Kingdom and is thereby imposed upon our constituents. I certainly will.
What he seems to be saying is that after we leave at the end of March, there'll be a transition period in which we'll have no veto over European laws, which is true. So therefore, is he arguing that it would be better to crash out? And would he accept that there is a risk, of course, that we won't agree anything by the end of March, we won't have an extended date, we will crash out, and under the Good Friday Agreement, Ireland can vote to reunify, of course, and it will be a complete disaster.
The honourable gentleman is on my committee, so he knows exactly what I'm saying, and he understands perfectly well that when we leave, but when we do leave, what I'm saying will actually change the circumstances under which we currently operate under our standing orders. And I will continue with my point of that. When we leave the EU, as I said, the situation becomes radically different. Therefore, I propose, in line with the Prime Minister's own suggestions, as set out in a carefully crafted pamphlet published in 2007 by Politeia, the think tank, that the European Scrutiny Committee should, upon leaving the European Union, be able to make recommendations as to how and when our veto should be invoked, as justified in our national interest. Well, the alternative is we're just going to have laws imposed upon us. This would include, for example, such matters, and I invite the honourable gentleman to listen to this, and the House too, as we have recently encountered, as he knows himself, from the European Union, such as matters relating to tax policy. The change from, under the proposals which are now on the table for the change of tax policies from national to unanimity to majority vote, or in respect of defence and defence procurement, which are also there, or in respect of state aids, which are already there. The list is endless. Contrary to some assertions that the EU law-making process will take so long that there will be no problem, the European Union is quite capable of accelerating its procedures, and I believe they would do so by putting us at the mercy of our competitors. One recent example is well known, which is the ports regulation. We fought this in the European Standing Committee. Despite the fact that the port employers and trade unions were against it, it went through. This would happen in respect to almost any EU proposed law within the vast swathe of competences of the entire corpus of the European treaties. And if that happened, we would have no redress. And we wouldn't be able to veto it if we didn't get the veto. We wouldn't be able to effect it properly under the scrutiny arrangements we've currently got. And furthermore, the British people would be the ones to suffer. And that would include people in Scotland as well. Don't get the idea that this is a zone-free situation for Scotland. The members on the opposite benches, will also be affected by this. And they better start taking it seriously. I'll certainly give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, Mr. Speaker. He will know that as shipping minister I fought the port services regulated tooth and nail, but could not, because of the limits on my competence, in the end stop it happening. The question I have for him, he's making an interesting suggestion about the role of his committee during the transition period. Would he see such a recommendation on the veto being a recommendation to the executive, to government, to implement, because he wouldn't expect his committee to assume the role of government?
That is absolutely right, and I'm extremely grateful to my right honourable friend, because he was the minister responsible for the port regulation, and he just reconfirmed there was nothing he could do about it. It will be even worse during the transitional period and thereafter. The reality, therefore, is that, as is set out in the proposals of that I've already discussed. The manner in which that veto would be expressed would be perhaps on a recommendation by my committee, because it would be of such legal and political importance, but it would then obviously have to go to the government and to the floor of the House to decide. The exact mechanism of that would have to be worked out. But the idea that this would not be a matter of immense and urgent importance to the House is literally to assume that this House is contained by a bunch of fools. Anybody who thinks that you can have qualified majority vote by the European Union imposing laws upon us on any matter within the corpus and range of the European treaties without having some means of blocking it is unthinkable. Having repealed the 1972 Act, Mr. Speaker, we must not find ourselves within a customs union, nor the single market, which are themselves within the framework of the European Communities Act, which is being repealed. Not only because our manifesto is the basis on which we were elected, but also because leaving the European Union includes the repeal of the 72 Act. We must therefore also protect Northern Ireland within the constitutional framework of the United Kingdom, whose Parliament, the United Kingdom Parliament, some may find this surprising in the light of what we hear from some other sources, includes Northern Ireland itself. They are represented here as members of the United Kingdom. They passed the laws regarding the repeal of the 1972 Act, and that was contained in Section 1 of the European Withdrawal Act itself. In conclusion, I would simply say, Mr. Speaker, that without prejudice to any further discussions, we may be in a position shortly to move to a point in which we do not merely check out of Hotel California, but we take the bus to the airport and we fly out of the EU altogether.
Thank you. Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the UK government has descended into total farce. The Prime Minister has lost control of her cabinet, of her party and of Parliament. What we witnessed in this House last night was nothing short of absolute chaos.
Here.
Mr. Speaker, have you ever witnessed a Prime Minister whip her own party against her own motion? The Tory party truly is a shambles. More ministers resigning, a Prime Minister with no authority, a government incapable of governing. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has lost all control. The Prime Minister has lost a vote on her deal with the largest majority in parliamentary history. Lost a second time again with a near historic majority. Lost a vote on taking no deal off the table, and yet she tries to carry on as if nothing has happened. Apparently, we are to vote on her same deal again next week. For the Prime Minister, nothing has changed. The Prime Minister does not want a second EU referendum, and yet, Mr. Speaker, we are offered multiple votes on her deal. We are now on to the third. Not the best of three under her rules, because she only has to win once. We have to win every time to stop her Brexit madness. If the PM loses next week, does it become 4 or 5 or even more meaningful votes until Parliament does what she wants? The Prime Minister has to accept that she's out of time and accept reality. Her deal is a bad deal. No deal is a calamity. Mr. Speaker, this week the House of Lords placed an amendment to the trade bill to prevent a no-deal Brexit. This is a legislative instrument. The government now must bring back the trade bill before the 29th of March. This is of crucial importance, and I expect the Minister to give an answer to that question in the summing up later this afternoon. The Prime Minister cannot stifle the legislative process to meet her party political interests. Accept the will of this House. You know, so much for parliamentary democracy. the Prime Minister ignores what she calls the sovereignty of Parliament, and her action is underlining that this truly is a constitutional crisis.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, the only way out of the disaster is to put the decision on our EU membership back to the people. The people must take back control. Now, you know, I will in just a second, because we have a motion, an amendment in front of us this afternoon on a people's vote. Not our amendment, it's come from others. I didn't choose the timing, but the fact of the reality is that amendment is in front of us today.
Yep.
This House has got the first opportunity it has had, perhaps the only opportunity, to say on the basis of what we know, on the basis of what has changed since the referendum in 2016, that the people of the United Kingdom deserve to have a people's vote, that we all reflect on the reality that we know there is no such thing as a good Brexit, that we know that people are going to lose their job. On a day like today, Mr. Speaker, we expect the so-called official opposition to get behind that amendment. But you know what's happened? A shiver has run along the front benches of the Labour Party looking for a spine to crawl up, and it hasn't been able to find one. And I'll say this, that the Labour Party will pay a price, and it's little wonder in Scotland that they've been found out for their behaviour over the last few years, working hand in glove with the Conservatives and Better Together to frustrate independence for Scotland. And here we find again today that the Labour Party are not prepared to stand up with the young people throughout the United Kingdom that are going to lose their rights to work and travel in 28 EU member states. And you know, I reflected a couple of days ago that the Prime Minister sitting last as we talked about that, and there is a man that I've had some respect for, the Labour Party Brexit spokesperson, that quite simply has flunked this opportunity. The Labour Party truly are a disgrace, and it is little surprise that they have fallen to third place in Scottish politics, and my goodness, they're going to stay there for a considerable period to come.
Does my honourable friend agree with me that if the Prime Minister can allow MPs to change their mind on Brexit, why can't she allow the people of the country to change their mind on Brexit?
Well, my honourable friend is quite correct. Apparently we're going to be coming back here to vote time after time after time to try and see if the Prime Minister can get a majority. Yet the reality is we know that she has a bad deal. And you know, I shouldn't give you the opportunity to embarrass yourself because you do it countlessly, but on you go.
Well, I thank the right honourable member for giving way, and I'll do my best to not embarrass myself, speaking as a young person from Scotland on this issue. And I share the right honourable gentleman's support for a public vote. But what's critical, fundamentally, is maximising a majority in this House to secure it. And that will not happen today. It will not happen today because there will not be sufficient numbers. And what is critical is not agree with me. What's critical is also that if it were to pass, it would actually bomb out Amendment I in the name of the right honourable member for Leeds Central and myself, which also would extend Article 50 and secure control of the order paper. That is the risk associated with that vexatious amendment that's been tabled today. We must wait. We must wait until it's at a time when it can be won.
Well, there we have it. Weasel words from the honourable member. I hope people in Glasgow see that, because when he's got the opportunity today to stand with the rest of us that want a people's vote, what does the member for Glasgow North East do, as the Labour Party has done year after year? He sells out the people of Scotland. And the people of Glasgow North East will extract a price from the honourable member, but at the next election the SNP win back that seat for the people of Scotland.
At this point, I mean, I'll just say the honourable gentleman from Glasgow North East, whom I disagree with, by the way, is a friend of mine, but I do think it's a bit rich for Labour, and I include him in this, by the way, who have spent 2 years in a period of Herculean self-flagellation over a people's vote, to come to the House today as though there's some kind of voice of authority on the matter and seek to lecture these benches, or indeed the tigs up the back, on the issue of a people's vote. Doesn't he agree with me that for Labour, I only wish that they were as eloquent on their feet as they sometimes think they are. Absolutely, and I would appeal to the Labour benches, and I'm looking at them. Show some responsibility. And yeah, you can wave, but this is serious. You should be coming through the lobbies with us tonight, or frankly, you'll be exposed for exactly what you are. That you've failed at this time of crisis to stand up for the people of Scotland. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make some progress. Parliament has repeatedly rejected Theresa May's deal and leaving with no deal. Both these things must be respected. The Prime Minister, when we said to her no deal was acceptable, we meant it. Only a fresh referendum can now unblock things. The UK Government must now extend Article 50 and set into motion plans to hold a second EU referendum with Remain on the ballot paper. Staying in the European Union is the best deal for all. It's what Scotland voted for, and it's the only way to protect jobs, living standards, our public services and the economy. Holding a second EU referendum is the best and most democratic way out of the impasse at Westminster. Westminster has failed, and the people now must and will have their say. Mr. Speaker, the SNP has laid an amendment today that would have got us out of this mess. Our amendment would have seen the Government move to agree an extension to Article 50 with the European Union to provide time to hold a second EU referendum. We know that the EU would consider an extension. Donald Tusk only this morning tweeted, "I will appeal to the EU 27 to be open to a long extension if the UK finds it necessary to rethink its Brexit strategy and build consensus around it." Mr. Speaker, there is the way out for everyone in this Parliament. Our amendment would have ensured that any second EU referendum would include an option to remain in the European Union. That is what is required. Members must recall the resolutions of the Scottish Parliament and the Welsh Assembly on the 5th of March 2019 that opposed the UK Government's exit deal and agreed that a no-deal outcome to the current negotiations on EU withdrawal would be completely unacceptable. This House must wake up to that reality and the democratic votes of the institutions of the Scottish Parliament and the Welsh Assembly. Members need to recognise that democracy means respecting the will of the people, but that means all of the people. And, Mr. Speaker, Scotland voted overwhelmingly to remain on that point. I will give way.
Here we go. I am puzzled at his the honourable member's desire for a third referendum. 2014 disrespected the outcome, 2016 disrespected the outcome. If we had a third referendum, would you respect that one? Would that be a change?
You know, Mr. Speaker, it's quite remarkable, and I always love to hear from the Scottish Conservatives that temporarily have been sent to represent some constituents in Scotland. You know, the honourable member has to recognise that in 2014 we were told that if Scotland stayed in the United Kingdom, that our rights as EU citizens would be respected.
Guaranteed.
They were guaranteed by many members on the Conservative side. And what the honourable gentleman has to reflect on is that Scotland voted overwhelmingly to stay in the European Union, and yet we're being dragged out by this House. And the honourable gentleman and his friends have not stood up for their constituents in Scotland, every single local authority area. And the honourable gentleman and his friends have been tin-eared to the interests of the Scottish people. And yes, you can sit and laugh, but you've failed to stand up for your constituents. And that's been the case with every single Conservative member of Parliament. And I will say this to the honourable gentleman, that we in the Scottish National Party are not prepared to sit back and to see ourselves dragged out of the European Union against our will. The people of Scotland are sovereign, and this House respected that sovereignty when it passed a motion on the claim of right last July. And the honourable gentleman, if he believes in democracy, should reflect on the fact that in the Scottish Parliament there is a majority for a referendum on Scottish independence. The Scottish Parliament voted by 69 votes to 59 to allow the Scottish Parliament to have a referendum. And I say to all honourable members that if the First Minister of Scotland, with the backing of the Scottish Parliament, does decide to give the people of Scotland that opportunity to secure our future as a European nation, then I would expect that this House would recognise the democracy and the position of the Scottish people, and will recognise that an independence referendum should, must and will take place.
Gentleman for giving way. If he is so confident in the views of the Scottish people that they want a second independence referendum, why does he not suggest to his colleague, the First Minister of Scotland, to call an early Scottish parliamentary election, stand on a clear and explicit call for a second independence referendum and put it to the test? Because the Scottish Conservative Party are ready to go and will take you on and will prove that the Scottish people do not want a second independence referendum.
You know, Mr. Speaker, talk about bravado. We have a mandate from the people of Scotland, and what we're asking is that the Conservatives, if they are Democrats, that they recognise that right of Scotland to determine its own future. And we're going to find that what's happening in this situation. I will give way on that point.
I'm hearing calls from Conservatives for an election. If there was an election, I wonder if those self-same Conservatives would accept that election being fought on independence, and the SNP had a majority of seats. We would move to independence on that basis, as Margaret Thatcher said, even without a referendum.
You know, what I would say to him,
before the right honourable gentleman responds to his honourable friend, point of order to Hugo Swire.
Well, Mr. Speaker, interesting and diverting though it is to listen to the internal wranglings of the Scottish independence argument, would it be possible perhaps to persuade the SNP spokesman to remember what this debate is meant to be about this afternoon?
Mr. New, order! Mr. Newlands, calm yourself. You're usually an unassuming gentleman. You seem to be getting quite carried away. I accept the thrust of what the right honourable gentleman has just said. I think that the criticism applies, frankly, to members on both sides. Certain tribalism is in danger of enveloping the House, but we must focus on the substance of the debate. And there isn't that long. Mr. Ian Blackford.
Mr. Speaker, although I may say that all I've been doing is responding to interventions from the government side. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, 62% of Scotland voted to remain, every single Scottish local authority area. So if the UK government, indeed if the opposition believes that Scotland is an equal partner, it's time they showed respect to the will of the Scottish people. Mr. Speaker, Scotland will not be taken out of the European Union against its will. And you know, time and time again, the SNP and our government in Edinburgh has sought to achieve compromise. We have suggested solution after solution to protect the interests of citizens in Scotland and across the UK. And you know, that issue about lack of respect is just amply shown. And I can see the member for Berwick laughing away. The Scottish Government issued a paper, Scotland's Place in Europe, in December 2016, with contributions from a wide number of experts across the land. And the UK Government couldn't even be bothered to respond. That's the lack of respect, which is demonstrated once again by the Conservative benches this afternoon. And I hope the people of Scotland reflect on that, because, quite frankly, you do yourselves the most disservice. Mr. Speaker, this government would not listen. This Prime Minister and the Tory party only care about the interests of England. You know, they talk about nationalists and separatists. The real separatists, they sit on the benches. The Prime Minister and the Tory party don't care about Scotland's interest, and the truth is, so does neither the Leader of the Opposition. Neither the Tories nor Labour give a toss about Scotland. Just look at the polls. Earlier this week, we saw Westminster voting intention for the SNP up 4%, Conservatives down 3%, and the Labour down 3%. Even so-called Scottish Tory MPs went through the lobby last night to keep no deal on the table.
They ignored the wishes of the Scottish people. They voted to leave with no deal on the table and the chaos that would ensue. They voted to put leave on the table with the prospect of shortage of medicines. It is the case, Mr Speaker, that the Scottish Tories come with a health warning. They risk damaging the health of the people of Scotland. And that is true after months and months of ignoring the voices of the people of Scotland, after years of showing nothing but contempt for our government, our Parliament and our people. I urge MPs across this House. I look to the Scottish Tories and to the Scottish Labour MPs. Do you stand with Scotland? Will you stand up for Scotland's national interests, or will you instead stand for your narrow party interests only? I appeal to you. The time has come to put party aside. And, you know, people will be watching this and reading Hansard, and what do we get? We get laughter from the government bench. That's what Scotland gets. Not being taken seriously, being laughed at, not so much. Mr Speaker, the time has come to do what is right, what is necessary. You are duty-bound by the people of Scotland to stand up for their interests, and do that by standing with the SNP. Now, what about the Secretary of State for Scotland, abstaining on an issue as critical of removing no deal, standing on the sidelines as Scottish jobs are threatened? He ought to have resigned by now, but this really is the last straw. If he had any shred of dignity and any possible remorse after having failed again to stand up for Scotland, then he should do the right thing. He should resign. He's good at threatening it. I'll give way one last time.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman, who I have a tremendous amount of respect for giving way during his speech. He has to be very careful he doesn't tar everyone with the same brush. But can I just say to the honourable gentleman this? When I wrote to the First Minister of Scotland in July of last year to ask her if her and the SNP would support a people's vote, she wrote back to me and said no. So I'm glad that come late October the SNP did support a public vote, and I'm glad that we will be voting likewise on that. But can he confirm to the House, it's funny, I still get back even when I agree with the honourable gentleman, but can he confirm to the House that his support for a public vote is completely and totally unconditional and doesn't include a condition of holding an independence referendum?
You know, I'm genuinely fond of the honourable gentleman, but you know, I have to say to him, if he wants to write to someone to ask if a leader is going to support a people's vote, he should be writing to his own leader. Because the fact of the matter is, I can tell him that every single SNP MP is going to be going through the lobby today to vote for a people's vote, and I say to him, come and join us. Come and join us. And you'll be very welcome in doing that. And I would applaud him for doing that. Mr Speaker, the way Scotland has been ignored through the Brexit process means the case for independence is now stronger than it ever has been. I respect that our amendment hasn't been taken today, but if it had been taken, it was the best way to protect the will of the Scottish people. It was to stop Scotland being dragged out of the EU against our will. This can be best avoided by the people of Scotland exercising their sovereign right to choose their own constitutional future as a full, equal, sovereign, independent member state of the European Union. Mr Speaker, we did not ask for this Brexit crisis. The people of Scotland do not want this chaos. The damage and destruction caused to British politics has been the fault of Conservatives and Labour alone. Make no mistake, the UK is facing a constitutional crisis. Decades of neglect by consecutive Labour and Conservative governments have seen our people let down, have seen the economy grow weaker and smaller, wages stagnate, communities divided, public services on their knees. Mr Speaker, this is broken Britain. The cracks appeared before Brexit, but Westminster has failed to fill them in. Now, Britain is shattering. Divisions are deepening, politically and socially. This is not a union that we want to be part of. I look to our work in Scotland, how devolution has developed our society, how our Scottish Government
has built up our communities and broken down barriers, where our constituents get free education and free prescriptions, where our children get the best start in life, regardless of their family circumstances, where our society looks out to the world, where, Mr. Speaker, we welcome EU nationals to become part of our communities.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. I know he's commented previously on the government's abject failure to seek any kind of cross-house consensus in almost 3 years since the referendum. I don't know whether he's aware that as recently as the 22nd of February this year, the Irish government introduced an omnibus bill consisting of no fewer than 50 pieces of legislation across 9 government departments. Yesterday, 3 weeks later, it was unanimously approved by the Irish Senate with cross-party support. Is that an example of what might have been achieved in this place if we'd had a government that was willing to follow the example of our friends and relatives across the Irish Sea?
A good point. And, you know, when the Prime Minister called the election and lost the majority, you would have thought that she would have reflected on the fact that minority government meant that she needed to work with other parties, that she had to build a consensus. And yet all that time has been lost. Mr. Speaker, the choice is clear. Scotland is already a fairer, a healthier, a happier nation. We feel closely bound to our historic bonds with Europe. We in the SNP will fight to keep Scotland moving forward. We will not be dragged down by the narrowness of Westminster. We want to build an independent nation, a nation that welcomes everyone, that works for everyone, that believes an opportunities should be for everyone. Brexit will not stop Scotland.
I'm sorry to inform the House that with immediate effect we will need to have a 6-minute limit on backbench speeches. How long that lasts depends on colleagues. Sir Christopher Chope.
Mr. Speaker, in following the right honourable gentleman, can I just tell him that the people of the United Kingdom will not be kept in the European Union against their will, and I hope that he will support and respect that. In June 2016, the people of the United Kingdom demonstrated our collective common sense and self-confidence in voting to take back control over our national destiny and reassert our parliamentary sovereignty. The people's vision expressed in the referendum result was of a strong United Kingdom holding its head high, free from the shackles of the European Union, while promoting international free trade as the key to future national prosperity and the best antidote to global poverty. Today, Mr. Speaker, we should be expecting 21 days from now, or 15 days from now, that we were going to be leaving. There should be an air of excitement about all this, but I detect a certain gloom about it. And that is because today this Parliament is being asked to endorse what is no less than an act of national humiliation, to renege on the decision it took 2 years ago to trigger Article 50 and to repeal or amend the Act it passed last year to leave the European Union on the 29th of March. By dishonouring the decision on Article 50 and the result of the referendum, the government's motion tonight before us is a gross betrayal. As a member of the Brexit Select Committee, I've witnessed at first hand during our visits to Brussels the extent to which the government is now a laughingstock. The most serious criticism of the UK is focused on our Prime Minister for signing up to a deal which she has subsequently disowned. They see that as an act of bad faith, and I think that's one of the reasons why they have refused to make changes to the withdrawal agreement. Mr. Speaker, on the order paper was my Amendment G. It hasn't been selected for debate, but can I just say that if that amendment had been debated, it would have allowed the government to agree with the European Union an extension of the period specified in Article 53 until the 22nd of May for the specific purpose of replacing the United Kingdom negotiating team. And the reason I think we need to replace our team is because the current team has gone back on so many of its promises to Parliament and to the people. And the only way, I think, in which we can regain self-respect is to have a fresh team of negotiators, and I include among that team, obviously the head of the team, and none other than the Prime Minister. 2 years ago, this House endorsed the negotiating approach of the Prime Minister as set out in the Lancaster House speech. The Prime Minister contemplated a scenario of a punishment deal being imposed on us by the European Union. That is why she waxed eloquent then about the benefit of no deal over a bad deal, including delivering our freedom to negotiate trade deals and ultimately enabling us to set out our own economic model to deliver prosperity and growth. The Prime Minister promised that the divorce settlement and the future relationship would be negotiated alongside each other. She further promised that nothing was agreed until everything was agreed. And on the substance, the Prime Minister promised that we would leave the single market, the customs union and the jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice. And none of that is guaranteed in her deal. For all her protestations, the Prime Minister's deal does not meet her own criteria. Her negotiations sadly have resulted in the punishment deal which she feared. Her insistence that her deal is a good deal is not accepted by the House. Overwhelmingly, the House has rejected this on 2 occasions. But instead of accepting the verdict of the House, she is stubbornly continuing to assert that her deal is a good deal. And now she's holding a pistol to our heads by threatening that we will lose Brexit altogether. Mr. Speaker, it is intolerable that the Prime Minister is asking those of us who oppose her deal to tear up our manifesto commitments and break our word to our constituents and to our electors. I'll give
to the honourable gentleman, and I agree with his analysis. The Prime Minister's negotiating position and skills have been pathetic. If the opposition lay down a motion of no confidence, will he vote for it? Because that is the logic of his position.
Frankly, I will seriously consider that issue because it seems to me that I expressed no confidence in the Prime Minister when we had a vote within our own parliamentary party, and my considered opinion now, Mr. Speaker, is that were a similar vote to be held, the Prime Minister, there would be an overwhelming vote against the Prime Minister and an expression of no confidence in the Prime Minister. So one then thinks about the logical extension of that, and I'm not going to make any promises to the honourable gentleman now, but obviously it would need the leader of the opposition, essentially, to initiate such a move. And then, obviously, I think people on this side who feel that they are being betrayed will actually look carefully at the implications flowing from that. Obtaining a parliamentary majority for the Prime Minister's deal is now beyond reach. It is pure fantasy to think otherwise. The Prime Minister's deal doesn't even satisfy the requirement for which the Prime Minister herself voted of replacing the backstop. Nor does it provide a legal answer to the Attorney General's concern that the Prime Minister's deal would leave the UK with, and I quote, no internationally lawful means of exiting the protocol arrangements save by agreement. Who would want to sign up to that? It means that we have less ability to leave the agreement than we have at the moment to leave the European Union. How can the Prime Minister think that we are seriously going to support that? Our current negotiating team no longer enjoys the trust of Parliament, the European Union, or even many members of the government, as was graphically illustrated last night, Mr. Speaker. Feeling on the Conservative benches now is really strongly against the Prime Minister and her team. She has lost control, and at this most critical moment in our modern peacetime history, we need to change the General. If we were to change the General now, change the Prime Minister, then I think there is a case for a short extension to Article 50, but in no other circumstances.
Thank you. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I would like to speak to Amendment I, which stands in my name. Our country faces a crisis. We've rejected the Prime Minister's deal twice. We've affirmed that we will not support leaving the European Union without an agreement in any circumstances, and it is now inevitable that the government will apply for an extension to Article 50. The amendment seeks to do two things. The first is to set out the purpose for which an extension will be sought, and that is very simply to enable the House of Commons to find the way forward that can command majority support. That should not be contentious. Indeed, I am somewhat surprised that that was not included in the government's own motion. And the second aim is to enable the House of Commons next Wednesday to discuss how we are going to organise that process. Now, it would be preferable if the government, in response to recent defeats it suffered, had come forward to propose its own specific plan, but it has not done so yet. Now, listen very carefully to what the Secretary of State said about reaching out in the 2 weeks after the March Council. But it seemed to me that he was saying the government would only do that if it was a long extension rather than a short extension. And I must say I do not understand for the life of me why this could not happen in a short extension, because the problem is not that the House doesn't want to try and find a way forward. I think we all understand the responsibility we have. It is that the House hasn't ever been given the chance to do that. Yep. Now, we all recognise, however, that whatever view we have about what should happen next, and there is a multiplicity of views in the House, and every one of them should be listened to, we have to find a way of agreeing a plan that can command majority support. And the Prime Minister is correct when she says that in the end the House must be in favour of something. Now, there are a number of different ways that this can be done, including holding a series of votes on different options, as the Brexit Select Committee, among others, has recommended, and I support that approach. But this amendment today does not specify what the method should be. That would rest with the motion that this amendment seeks to give priority to next Wednesday, a motion that would need to win wide support to appear on the order paper. So members are not being asked today to agree the precise process. All the amendment seeks to do is, I'm afraid in the current jargon, to book a slot, so we have the chance to debate how we're going to resolve this. Now, on the objections raised by the Secretary of State in his speech, which I have to say I thought he read out diligently, but I wasn't entirely sure his heart was completely in it, this amendment is not seeking to usurp the role of the executive. Indeed, can I say, if the executive was doing its job, then the amendment would not be necessary. It is about enabling the House to debate a way forward and then vote on it, and doing that can never be described as undemocratic. It's us doing our job as members of Parliament. On paragraph 3 and the motion's requirement that 25 members from at least 5 different parties would need to back a motion, that is constructed not to deny any body a voice, as I made clear to the Secretary of State when he kindly took an intervention from me. Anyone can put down an amendment to that motion, but it is worded in that way to encourage different members from different parties to come together to propose a way forward that can win the support of the House. I will give way.
I welcome the honourable gentleman's speech, and I have some sympathy with the amendment. But can I just confirm, will he support the amendment tabled by the Right Honourable Lady for Manchester in terms of the time limit, Manchester Central? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the time limit proposed in terms of when we leave the European Union.
I will indeed be happy to accept that. I understand it's going to be voted on separately, but I say that because it may be that the House, if it doesn't reach an agreement and still doesn't want to leave without a deal, may at some point ask for a further extension. But I'm very happy to accept the amendment that has been proposed by my honourable friend, the member for Manchester Central. And the other point I want to make is the reason why we need to do this today is because of the way that Section 13 of the European Union Withdrawal Act is structured. Because the government's draft withdrawal agreement and political declaration was, of course, defeated on Tuesday. It is required under Section 13(4) of the Act to make a statement on how the government proposes to proceed, and then to propose a motion in neutral terms which can be amended. The problem is, particularly because the government has not yet specified when it proposes to bring that forward, is that the Act gives the government 21 days from the day on which the House of Commons decided not to approve the deal, which was this Tuesday, and then a further 7 Commons sittings days from the date of the statement to lay a motion in neutral terms. And what that means very simply, Mr. Speaker, is that the government will not be obliged to give the House a chance to amend any proposals on a way forward until after the 29th of March. Well, clearly, given the crisis we face, that will not do. So I do hope that members will feel able to support this amendment later on, not least given the cross-party support it has attracted. I want now to turn to the question of the extension of Article 50. It is, of course, essential that we achieve this, because without it the House will be faced with only one choice if it wishes to avoid a no-deal Brexit on the 29th of March, and that would be to revoke Article 50, unless between now and then the political declaration can be amended in a way that commands the support of the House. But given that for over 2.5 years the House has not really been given the opportunity to express its view on what it would support, it's very unlikely to happen in the 2 weeks that are left, and that is why this amendment is needed. Now, we must be honest about the difficulty we face. The leaders of the European Union are placing close attention to our deliberations. They want to see a purpose. We have a credibility problem, and on the length of the extension, there are different views about what should happen. But I do think that the amendment from my honourable friend for Manchester Central would be helpful, and as I said, I'm happy to support it. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the House is being watched by the British people. They see chaos and they see uncertainty. The businesses have no idea what's going to happen next. EU citizens don't know what's going to happen. And we have a responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to demonstrate that this Parliament can and will do its job.
Thank you. Well, there was a particular member whom I was going to call, who sadly is not in his place. What an extraordinary state of affairs. Quite, in fact, 2 members that I was going to call, whom I had advised, and neither is present. What an extraordinary situation. Shocking. I agree, I concur with the Minister. Shocking. Neil Parish.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm perhaps 5 minutes. Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps their loss is my gain because I'm actually speaking a little sooner. It is a great pleasure to speak in this debate because I feel that we have somewhat lost the plot here in Parliament, because I've done a lot of survey canvassing throughout my constituency, all my major towns like Honiton, Tiverton, Cullompton, Seaton, Axminster, and as far as people are concerned, they voted in 2016, they voted to leave. They had the people's vote and they have decided. What they can't understand is why we haven't actually left, or we're going to leave on the 29th of March. They really don't understand it at all. And what I can't understand from 1 or 2 of my honourable friends is why, when we have got a really strong economy, when we've got growing economy, growing employment, want to spend money on the health service, education, police, that we don't actually just get on with that, leave the European Union. Because I was a Remain voter, but in the end, the European Union is becoming more federal. It's becoming an institution that we will want to leave. But we want to leave with a deal and a trade deal. So that's, we would have thought we could have done it. We could have all joined together. And can I tell you why in the past I've supported the Prime Minister? Because 1, I believe she's right, and 2, I can't go into the opposite lobbies when I've got a great deal of time for the honourable member for Exeter, and if he was here, I would say the same thing. But he stands in the lobby like a big spider. And of course, you know what spiders do to flies? Spiders eat flies. And so in trot our extreme position on a different type of deal for Brexit. In they walk the same lobby as the honourable member for Exeter. But the honourable member for Exeter is quite clear that he doesn't actually want to leave the European Union. He wants to revoke Article 50 and remain in the European Union. My colleagues going in there with this spider, they actually want to have a much tougher Brexit. They don't like the deal that's on the table. They're completely contrary positions. And so I think this Parliament and my own party has actually got to decide, does it actually want to actually go along quite rightly with what the British people said, with what we stood. I stood in the manifesto to deliver Brexit, like all my colleagues, like actually all the Labour Party also did the same. But all we're doing is thwarting Brexit. You might wrap it up in all sorts of different clothes, but that exactly is where we are. So therefore, I think we have to come together and actually vote, believe it or not, for the Prime Minister's deal. Because the Prime Minister's deal, Mr. Speaker, is a withdrawal agreement. It's not a trade agreement. It leads to the trade agreement. It means we leave in an orderly fashion. It means our businesses can trade abroad borders. We won't have the problem in Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland that lambs may be charged a tariff coming into Northern Ireland and not going out, or vice versa. All of the problems that can happen to our businesses, and we've got travel agreements with the withdrawal agreement so that we can travel, human rights, workers' rights, all of those things are in this withdrawal agreement. And all we spend our time in this House is nitpicking, just to see what we can find that's wrong with it. It's a bit like selling a house, Mr. Speaker. You take ages trying to sell this house. You can't get the price for it. And as soon as you've sold it, a whole load of people come along and say, we'll have paid you more for it. Everybody's got a different idea, but they're not actually doing the negotiations. And as far as my residents are concerned, and I reckon most residents of most constituencies in this country, they just want the deal done. And they just believe that we just make it complicated. They believe that there is a majority in this House that voted for Remain, and so therefore we will not carry out the wishes of the people. Now, I voted Remain, but I will carry out the wishes of the people because I believe we need to leave and leave with a deal. And the Prime Minister, we like to lambaste the Prime Minister all the time in this place. I go out again on the streets and talk to my residents, and there I can assure you the Prime Minister is actually very popular still. They actually think she was dealt a very bad hand of cards, and all we have done has made it more difficult. So I think, you believe it or not, and you will laugh at me all when I say this, I think that withdrawal agreement will come back once more. And I actually believe it might well go through this House because the British people expect us to leave on the 29th of March.
Sarah Wollaston.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to Amendment H in my name and the name of the member for Central Ayrshire. And it seeks an extension for us to allow us to obtain the consent of the British people to whatever deal is approved by this House with an option to remain. And that's because many of us believe that consent is at the heart of this argument. We're repeatedly told that the Prime Minister's deal is the will of the people. But the truth of the matter is, it's not the will of Parliament. It's been voted down by this place by 230 at the first time of asking and 149 at the second time of asking. But I would say there's no evidence that it's the will of the public either. It's certainly not the will of the 48%. And nor is it the will of a very significant number of those who voted to leave, both in this place and outside, because they write to tell me so very vigorously, that they do not think that this is the Brexit they voted for. And the truth is that the great Brexit charlatans have been exposed for the lies that they perpetrated during the election campaign. This Brexit does nothing like the sunlit uplands that they were promised. And I'd ask people, how many of them would have voted for this dog's Brexit if it had been presented to them at the time of the election? Yes, I give way.
Obviously, she talks about consent, and there's been discussion about that. As a surgeon, I have always had to have explicit, signed, informed consent. That discussion is always based on risks and benefits. And we didn't have that debate before the referendum, and we've only had that now. So it's only now that people have had the chance to learn how this Brexit deal will affect them.
I thank my honourable friend for that, and she's absolutely right. In order to be able to consent to something, you need to know what you're consenting to. And let's face it, the risks and benefits of the various different versions of Brexit are very different. The risks and benefits of no deal and WTO, the Prime Minister's deal, Norway or Norway plus the customs union, those are very different procedures if we talk about this in strictly clinical terms. But the other thing about consent is that nobody would seriously proceed on the basis of a consent form that was signed nearly 3 years ago. And furthermore, for young people in this country, they face being wheeled into the operating theatre for major constitutional, social and economic surgery based on a consent form that was signed by their grandparents nearly 3 years ago. And this is the point. Given the sheer weights and significance and implications for all of their futures, what is the constitutional outrage here, or the democratic outrage, about pausing to check that we have their consent? Because I say to the government front benches, they will never be forgiven for the consequences of Brexit unless they have taken the time to pause and ask for explicit consent for their version of Brexit. And even if this House were to approve a Norway-style Brexit, or with or without a customs union, I say that there are very many people out there for whom that will not represent what they thought Brexit should be. And therefore, there's a very compelling case for all of us in this place being honest about the way people feel about this and just pausing to ask for explicit consent. Because I can say now that if the Prime Minister were a surgeon, she would be struck off if she proceeded without consent. Yes, I give way.
I can butt into this medical love-in. When she's making a diagnosis, she seems to ignore that the patient is the EU. And does she seriously think that the health of the EU has improved after the last 3 years, such that the view of the public in this country will be any more endeared to it when 75% of the Eurozone is in recession? It is Europe that has changed, not us.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman, who I still count as a friend, even though I'm on these benches, for his intervention. I would just gently point out that it's a very good thing that he's not a surgeon if he can't recognise who the patient is. But I thank him for his thoughts. Anyway, there are many in this chamber who have made the point that now is not the time. This is what I've repeatedly, now is not the time, that we should do this later. But I'm afraid it has been a bit like waiting for Godot. I'm afraid now will never be the time. And we are now just 15 days from falling off the cliff. And I was there in the summer. I was there with the 700,000 people marching through the streets. And their call was, we demand a people's vote. And when did they want it? They wanted it now. They weren't saying, we want it when it's convenient for the Labour front bench. Exactly. And I'm really sorry, and I say this with great sincerity to colleagues on the Labour front bench, that there was a clear promise to move to support a people's vote. And it is simply no good to keep backtracking on it. And this is the time for us to vote for it today, and it may fail. I accept that. But there's nothing to stop us bringing it back and voting for it again. So please, I would urge all those colleagues who, I'm afraid I am not able to, that all those colleagues who know that they want to support a people's vote, to vote for it today and vote for it when they get the opportunity again. Because I say their greatest regret will be if they never, ever demonstrate that they supported it. Because I'm afraid the chances are that the Labour front bench will never move to a position of wholeheartedly and unequivocally supporting a people's vote unless there is some significant pressure to do so. And those of us, of many parties who have come together to press for this people's vote, we're going to support it today, and we urge you to join us and to support it again next week.
Sir John Hayes. Speaker, above all else, Brexit is about reclaiming power from the globalist
elite. We owe a great debt to the 17.4 million people who voted for Brexit. Not only did they bravely risk taking back control of our sovereign governance, our laws, our borders and our economy, they exposed the arrogant, self-serving elite in this nation, some of whom sit in this chamber, and as the honourable lady from Totnes spoke about her day out on the People's Vote, I thought of myself, I could just imagine it's kind of Glyndebourne, the Henley Regatta, and it's the People's Vote March. It's all part of the season for a certain kind of people. Now, following their democratic defeat in the British vote for anything, I just make a little progress. But I want to flesh out my case against the elite for the honourable lady. I'm going to not quite yet. I may give way later when I've finished fleshing out my case against the elite, which she's decided to join. Now, and I do say join because she wasn't born to it. Following their democratic defeat in the biggest vote for anything in British history, much of that Liberal establishment has responded with stunned entitlement and deafening hysteria. The essence of the reason for that hysterical reaction is these people are not used to being told that they're not right. They're not used to having their sense of entitlement challenged. Because that sense of entitlement is not just about a material thing, an advantage in terms of place and progress. It's also the self-serving entitlement that prohibits views other than their own, that wants to delegitimise the opinion of the vast majority of law-abiding, patriotic, decent British people who voted for Brexit. That's the truth of it, and it needs to be said in this chamber. I will happily give way to the honourable lady. She was first, and as a matter of chivalry.
Fascinating. Could I say to the honourable gentleman, a knight of the realm, of course, a member of a new elite, perhaps. Not a worker. Not a worker. Does he not understand that it's across the length and breadth of this country, in places like Redcar, where the honourable lady is more than able to make the case, as I know she does, that people are supporting a people's vote? Is he saying that the people of Nottingham, a city with which he's well familiar, are an elite in Nottingham, in Redcar, in Sunderland, among South Yorkshire, and indeed in Streatham? Are they our elites?
Not to consider what happened in Redcar the last time we had a people's vote, because we've had a people's vote in this country. It was called the referendum. And what happened in Redcar, since she's drawn attention to Redcar, Mr. Speaker, is that 66.2% of the people who voted in Redcar voted to leave the European Union. And indeed, in Middlesbrough, in Redcar, as I've said, in Bassetlaw, in Ashfield, in Mansfield, in Hartlepool, in Stoke-on-Trent, on Barnsley, Kingston-on-Hull, Blackpool, and I could go on, more than 65% of the population who voted in that biggest ever reference to the people voted to leave the European Union, and they expect this House to deliver on that deal. Because when this House chose to delegate its authority to the people, and I don't say that's something that should be done lightly, I'm not a great fan of referenda, frankly, because they create binary choices and are very complicated arguments. But when we chose to do that, we by nature invested our faith in what the people decided. And to breach that faith now, to break that promise, would undermine confidence in the democratic process in a way that scarcely anything has done before. Now, I happily give way. Speaking of the democratic process, I give way to the honourable lady who was elected as a Conservative and now has chosen not to be one. I give way to her.
A disgrace. You're an absolute
thank you very much for giving way. I feel fortunate that I didn't actually hear what he called me, regardless. I just wanted to check if it was in fact an act of chivalry not to allow the good people of Redcar and Barnsley and Nottingham to have their voice again? Is it an act of chivalry not to allow them to say how they feel today?
The honourable lady must understand that once you've agreed to have a referendum, which is what this House did by an overwhelming majority, once you've done a manifesto which is pledged, as both Labour members of Parliament and she, by the way, did, to honour the result of that referendum, if you then choose to delay, defer, obfuscate or dilute that commitment, you will be seen to have breached the trust in which people deserve to hold those they choose to speak for them in this mother of parliaments. And it is, I'm not going to give away again because, Mr. Speaker, I'm conscious that others want to speak. I have a short time limit, and it's interrupting my lovely flow, and so I don't want to do that. The truth is that there are people here who campaign for Remain, many on the other side of the House, many on this, who respect the result of the referendum, who want to honour the pledge that we made, who want to do the right thing by the people, and who want to leave the European Union. But there are a minority that are unreconciled to the result of the referendum, that are using every means at their disposal, fair and foul, to frustrate its result. And they are hiding behind all kinds of improbable and incredible excuses for so doing, and this People's Vote campaign is frankly one of them. And, Mr. Speaker, you need to know, and I'm sure the House needs to know, there are some of us who stand resolute in opposition to this further reference to the people, as though we haven't had a People's Vote. Because if we were to agree to it, what about if on a lower turnout people voted to remain? What about if it was a marginal decision, once again, by a smaller margin than the last time? Will we have a third referendum in order to settle the matter? Is it going to be the best of 3 or the best of 5 or perhaps the best of 7? How many referendums must we have before the settled will of the people is established? Mr. Speaker, I stand for the people, of the people and by the people. I'm proud to have got to this place from where I began, but I, unlike some honourable members, have not forgotten my origins, and I will stick by the people, and the people wanted to leave the European Union on time, lock, stock and barrel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for South Holland and the Deepings is almost normally it is a pleasure for me to follow him, and normally he is warm and inclusive. But I must say to him that I think that was a divisive speech that was not the right one to make in these circumstances. I will refrain from asking him whether he meant by the global elite, Eton educated millionaires at the heart of an ERG campaign for no deal who can afford to move their assets around, because that's the kind of discussion you get into when you start those sorts of speeches and questions. I think actually that is not going to help us come together, and we are going to have to come together somehow, somewhen. And in fact, it is the failure of the government to attempt to bring people together since the referendum that is why we are in this mess now. It is the failure of the government and of the Prime Minister to put any deal to this House until 22 of the 24 months of Article 50 were already run down, and then running down the clock, just putting the same deal back again without actually listening and without actually ever giving this House and the country the opportunity to properly debate what kind of Brexit we should be pursuing, whether this should be nearly Norway, whether this should be close to Canada, what really we should be talking about. And we have a responsibility now to find a way through this very difficult situation. And that's why I think it's so important to back my right honourable friend's amendment I, which is about trying to set forward a process for Parliament to do what the government frankly should have done ages ago. We should have had indicative votes ages ago. It was good to hear the Cabinet Cabinet Minister, putting forward proposals for indicative votes, but this is way later in the process than it should have been. And also I don't accept the conditions that he put on us having the indicative votes in the first place. And that's what I want to address, because he seemed to be arguing that in order to be able to have a proper debate and indicative votes, or whichever kind of approach it is, in this House, in order to come together on what we should be for, we either had to have a very long extension, or we have to have European elections, or we have to do both. And I don't accept that you have to do that, because I don't think the government is credible in its use of time. It makes time a political issue rather than a sensible issue. Time is a weapon that is used to somehow say that we can do everything incredibly quickly when it's using brinkmanship in order to get a vote through, but somehow it's going to take incredibly long time when equally it also wants to get the same meaningful vote through again that we have already debated and rejected twice, basically because so many of us on all sides of the House think it will weaken us for the negotiations ahead, and that we want an approach that actually can be a strong one for our country, not a weak one. I think it should be possible for us to come to some decisions much more quickly than the Minister set out. It's why I think in the interests of getting consensus in this House, it is right to also support the amendment from my honourable friend, the member for Manchester Central, so we can get some consensus on some steps forward, that we should also have the opportunity to debate next week what a sensible process should be. Let's bring some common sense back into this process to get some agreement. And this issue about the European elections, I think, is an important one, because it makes no sense for a state that is in the middle of Article 50, a departing state, to have to hold European elections. That makes no sense at all. Yep. I did note that there was a letter previously from President Juncker which suggested we would have to hold elections if the extension were to go beyond the 23rd of May. That is also, I think, clearly an inappropriate approach. And that's why I think it was so significant what Eleanor Sharpston, the Advocate General of the European Court of Justice, has said and has tweeted last night. And I would urge honourable members to look at that if they want to see the details, because she has said if there to be an extension of the Article 50 process, it would clearly be inappropriate for the UK to hold European parliamentary elections in May. But there are precedents, there are approaches that could be done. She says Article 50 is a mirror for Article 49, which was used as a basis to find special arrangements for Croatia as an accession country so that it didn't have to have European elections at that time. And she points to other possible mechanisms as well. Look, none of this is easy, and I wish we weren't in this situation, but the reason we are is because of the way the Prime Minister has handled things up to now, and we have to find a way forward that respects our constituents, that is a way for us all to come together, and I hope that we can do that, that we can find a way forward, and that we don't just go around the same circles time and time again.
A 4-minute limit on backbench speeches now applies. Justine Greening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important debate today, but I have to say I think most people listening to it and watching it in the public are probably losing the will to live, as I am, when it comes to finding a route forward on Brexit. Yet again, Parliament has confronted a long-term issue, this time Brexit, and failed to find a long-term path forward. I think the only difference with Brexit is it actually had a deadline, and today we're discussing the fact that that deadline is about to be missed because we are simply not prepared for a departure on the 29th of March. It is gridlock in this place. We do have to find a way through. I'm sorry to say that I think that there may be a consensus in here, but it does feel to me that the steps the government has taken to keep bringing back so-called meaningful votes have actively got in the way of Parliament finding a consensus on a road forward on Brexit. And I think ministers really do need to understand that there's no point calling these votes meaningful votes anymore, because they're not meaningful, they're actually meaningless. Because when I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and whilst we're on different sides of the argument, I have great respect for her. But doesn't she remember that the meaningful votes considerations that were inserted into the legislation were not at the will of the government, they were of other backbenchers, and the deadline of the 29th of March was a deadline that this House agreed to across all parties. And now, for some reason, some of them don't want to agree to it.
Indeed, and of course the point of having a meaningful vote was to make sure that Parliament could actually give its assent to a path forward, which of course was a very sensible step to take. And of course the original deadline of the 29th of March was set as part of the outcome of the Lancaster House speech, which it's worth reflecting at that stage had said, and I quote, I think, from the Prime Minister, saying that we will have agreed a future partnership by the end of the 2-year Article 50 process. Of course, that hasn't happened. That speech also set out for the first time, the government's position that no deal was better than a bad deal. Of course, no deal in that context referring to a future partnership. So effectively, Mr. Speaker, we are leaving effectively with no deal, and that is one of the reasons why we have reached this point today of having to discuss about the fact that we simply cannot find a route forward yet in this House, and yet we absolutely need to. And after last night, it's clear that there is little appetite in this House for leaving without what I would now call a double no deal. In other words, no future partnership and actually no agreement on how we even withdraw from the European Union itself. A meaningful vote 3 is, as I've said, effectively a meaningful vote is an oxymoron in the context of the votes the government plans to bring. And also I think it yet again will risk Parliament failing on a long-term issue, because achieving a consensus for one vote at one moment does not actually achieve a real consensus. It's a fake consensus which will simply unravel, again disappointing the public who want to see us actually be able to come behind a real route forward. And I think the government, I will give way in a second, the government now needs to understand that its deal is simply not popular either in this House, for very valid reasons, or indeed with the public either. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I appreciate the Honourable Lady giving me an intervention. Thank you. It seems to me that the repeated meaningful votes, not least somewhat ironic, given that Parliament can vote repeatedly on the same deal and yet the British public can't. But glossing over that for one moment, does it not do a disservice to Parliament? Surely the 52-48 referendum result, the disastrous 2017 manifesto general election result, is the only reasons we need to prove that this government, we saw it again last night, are in office but not in power. This House has a job to do, and we are being deprived from doing our job for our constituents and being involved in finding a solution out of this.
Well, I agree, we do need to collectively find a way forward. I think both frontbenchers and party politics has got in the way of doing that. I think in the context of the steps we now need to take, I agree that we now need to have votes on those alternative proposals, whether it's Common Market 2.0, Malthouse, whatever. We now need to have those votes so that we can test whether there's any consensus behind any of them. But those votes should be free votes. Brexit is not about party politics. Constantly putting voting through whipping in the party machine does not serve our country or this vitally important issue well, and it is getting in the way of this House genuinely finding whether we can agree on anything apart from the fact that we don't like the Prime Minister's deal. I personally think the way that we achieve that is to recognise that there is a spectrum of opinion in this House. People hold their views with totally good faith. They represent very different communities. They have different views themselves on Brexit. It is perhaps one of those naturally binary and quite divisive topics, and we have to confront that fact. It's why I don't think we are going to reach a conclusion on this gridlock, and I think what we have to stop doing in this House is simply circling around this issue. I think ministers now need to help show some leadership to unblock a route forward with parliamentarians in this place. I think that I'm happy, frankly, for people to pick between a spectrum of very different outcomes for this country in terms of its path forward. The reality is that we had a referendum about leaving the European Union, not about where we were going to go. We can't agree on what people think the destination should be, and therefore we need to almost finish off the referendum, go back to them with a further one and find out where they actually want to go. I think that's the choice. We will end up with a public vote in relation to Brexit. It's a question about whether that public vote will be a general election, which I think will not resolve the issues that this House continues to grapple with, or whether it will be a public vote in relation to Brexit, the actual issue at hand that we desperately need to find a direction on for our country. And I would simply say that having an extension, if it allows us the space to be able to finally come up with a strategy for a route forward, it will have been worth it purely for that. From my perspective, it should be an extension that is the shortest possible to give some space for this House to do that, but it should not be an open-ended extension that simply gives us a chance to keep going round in circles, achieving nothing and destroying investment in this country.
Well said.
I wonder, Mr. Speaker, why the benches opposite are so empty. Is it because they're all at the Uxbridge Unicorn Tavern being sold in golden Brexit beer, and when they taste it, it tastes awful and they spit it out in the street? But Boris, the barman, says, no, 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 you ordered it, you've got to drink it. Because the reality is, I stand here on behalf of people who voted leave in Swansea, people who voted for good things. They voted for more money, they voted for more trade, more jobs, more control. And what they're now finding is they're not going to get any of those things. They're going to have to spend another 40 billion on the divorce bill. They've got an economy which is shrinking by 10%. They've got trade which is going to shrink. We're outside Team EU. When we're negotiating with China, with Trump, with other countries, we're going to get a worse deal, not a better deal. They voted to control immigration. Immigration won't be controlled through an open border in Northern Ireland. And of course, there's a risk we won't have an open border, and we'll put the peace process at risk. So frankly, Brexit, any Brexit, will make us poorer, weaker, more divided and isolated. And it's in my consideration, alongside that, with the loss of rights, the loss of environmental rights, workers' rights, are all put at risk, that to go ahead with all this knowledge we now have is an act of collective, willful negligence. It's a betrayal of people who voted leave, and it's a crime against democracy not to give them the opportunity to judge as to whether what they're getting is what they're ordering. And if we do not give them that opportunity, or do not simply revoke Article 50, we will never be forgiven. People say there will be anger if there is another vote, a vote on the deal as opposed to a vote in principle. I say this, people will be completely enraged if they find, having voted for more money, more jobs, etc., they vote to leave and they, in essence, leave their jobs. There will be turmoil, there will be carnage, we will never be forgiven. It is the case that we've had referenda throughout Britain over the years, whether it's on Wales, Scotland, mayoral things, and people have had subsequent different referenda and changed their mind. And sometimes we've had referenda, for instance, on the mayor for Manchester, where they voted not to have it, and the government imposed it. These are advisory referenda that were characterised in this case by cheating, by lying, by betrayal, by broken promises. And people expect, in the name of democracy, to have a vote, and to move forward. It may be the case that we cannot get no agreement. It's obvious people don't agree with the current deal, either because there's too little alignment or too much alignment with the EU. So intrinsically, that's why we keep on failing to have an agreement. So we're running to the end where we're saying, oh, let's have an extension. What if the EU says you can't have an extension, you can't make up your mind? Then the choice will be crash out without a deal, and the carnage, the medicine shortages, the food shortages, the law not working anymore, or we end up with revoking Article 50 and continue as usual. And frankly, I have supported a public vote on the deal to give the people the final say, but ultimately, if that is the choice, we need to simply revoke Article 50 and stay where we are, because people now know how good the EU is, what a good deal we're getting, and what we stand to lose if we don't move ahead. So I just say, in conclusion, that we need to have faith in the people to decide on what is now on the table, and if they don't want it, they should have the existing deal, which is a very good deal.
Mr. David Jones.
Mr. Speaker, to say that we have arrived at a moment of constitutional crisis, if anything, is to understate the seriousness of the position at which we find ourselves. The moral authority of this Parliament, which after all is the keystone of our democracy and of our constitutional arrangements, is rapidly ebbing away. All those who participated in the referendum, not least of course the 17.4 million who voted to leave the European Union, will be watching our proceedings with a mixture of despair and revulsion. These are the people who were unequivocally told by the government in that leaflet that was circulated to every household in the country, and I quote, "This is your decision. The government will implement what you decide." Every man and woman who voted that referendum was entitled to take the government at its word. and indeed to trust the Parliament that set up the referendum. But what they see now is a political class apparently intent on reneging on the promise made by the government, trying every trick in the procedural book and in fact others to frustrate the will of the people. I'll give way once.
I think they see a political class that has now twice voted against that commitment by the last government to implement the results of the referendum. We've twice tried to get it through Parliament, and it's that political class that has stopped the will of the people being implemented.
The vote was whether we wished to leave the European Union or remain in the European Union. It didn't refer to any particular deal. It's this Parliament that has voted down the deal. But the intention, of course, is to stop Brexit. The plain and simple fact, Mr. Speaker, is that Parliament, by legislation, contracted out the decision to the people of this country, the decision whether or not they wanted to remain in the European Union. And the decision of the people was absolutely clear. They wanted to leave. And Parliament has put in place the legislation to enable us to leave, with a clear departure date, which is now just over 2 weeks away. And that is what, I remind all honourable members, what this House voted for. And yet today we've arrived at the point where the government motion before us seeks to delay the date of our departure. This, Mr. Speaker, is after over 100 repeated assurances by the Prime Minister that we will certainly be leaving on the 29th of March. Now, we're told that the way that we can avoid any delay is to support the deal that the government has concluded with the European Union. Yet this House, as my honourable friend has just mentioned, has twice rejected that deal, most recently only 2 days ago. The deal is dead. It cannot be resurrected. There is no deal. So the legal position, what this House voted for, is that we now leave without a deal on the 29th of March. That is the law. But that is what the government's own motion, shamefully, is seeking to frustrate, and I believe that every member of Parliament who supports this motion will equally be acting shamefully. He or she will be expressing as clearly as possible contempt for the outcome of the referendum and for all those who voted to leave the European Union. And those voters will see what's behind the extraordinary exercise that has taken place over the last 3 days. It's the determined attempt by people inside and outside this House to halt Brexit and impose on the British people a second referendum in the hope that Brexit will be stopped altogether. But I've no doubt that that ambition is not shared by the people who sent us here. I'm absolutely convinced that people out there are sick and tired of the gyratory antics of parliamentarians. They want an end to the apparently interminable Brexit process. They know that the law provides that we leave on the 29th of March, and they expect this House to do its best to ensure that we do. They have made their decision. They expect that decision to be implemented. Mr. Speaker, if we break our promise to the British people, which we will be doing if we pass this motion this evening, we will risk completely destroying the already fragile trust that the people of this country have in its constitutional arrangements and in its political institutions. The trust, to be blunt, that they have in each and every one of us. And that will be a profoundly dangerous state of affairs. No member of this House should be willing to put that trust at further risk. And that is why I urge the House to reject this motion.
Bryant.
Mr. Speaker, if I'm honest, all of this just reminds me of the Muppets. It's that moment when Gonzo, I think it is singing The Windmills of Your Mind, and as he sings and runs faster and faster with wheels like the Isle of Man, he goes wilder and wilder and out of control. We are like a circle in a spiral, like a wheel within a wheel, never ending or beginning on an ever-spinning reel. It's just going on and on and on, and every 2 weeks we come round on the merry-go-round, we make the same speech all over again, and still ride our own hobby horses. And frankly, it's not doing us any good. Medically, emotionally or, frankly, for the nation, is it doing any good? So my amendment is a very simple one, which tries to put a stop to all this gyratory nonsense, as the honourable member for Clwyd West quite rightly just mentioned. My amendment, Mr. Speaker, is the embodiment of a very, very old principle of this House. When King James I became king in 1604, don't worry, I'm not going to do every year all the way through, but when he became king in 1604, he summoned a parliament, and that parliament got so fed up of MPs constantly bringing back the same issues time and time again, which they'd already decided on, that the House expressly decided on the 4th of April 1604, a question being once made and carried in the affirmative or negative cannot be questioned again, but must stand as a judgment of the House. And that has been our rule. No, I'm not going to give way to the honourable gentleman. I'm terribly sorry, but there's not much time, and I'm sure we've already decided that matter anyway already, and so it stands as a judgment of the House. This ruling has been repeated many, many times. On the 30th of June 1864, Sir John Packington wanted to give more money to nursery schools. Hurrah! On the 17th of May 1870, Mr Torrance wanted to relieve poverty by enabling the poor to emigrate to the colonies. On the 9th of May 1882, Henry Labouchere wanted to allow MPs to declare rather than swear an oath so as to take their seats. On the 27th of January 1891, Mr Leng wanted to limit railway workers' very long hours. On the 21st of May 1912, and this one would probably have the support of every member of this House, George Lansbury wanted to allow women to vote. But on every single occasion, Speaker Brand, Speaker Peel, Speaker Denison, Speaker Lowther all said, no, you can't, because we've already decided that in this Parliament, in this session of Parliament. Which is why I believe we should not have the right, the government should not have the right to bring back exactly the same or substantially the same measure again and again and again as they're doing. Not least because in the end, I don't think that it's not as if the government doesn't have enough power. They get to decide every element of the timetable in the House. They get to decide what we can table, when we table it, when we sit. They can prorogue Parliament if they want to. They have plenty of power. And the one limit is they just can't keep on bringing back the same issue time and time again in the same session of Parliament because we've already decided it. And what is it that the government doesn't understand by losing a vote by more than 200 or by losing it on the second occasion by 149? And the biggest irony of all for me is the government repeatedly says the people can't have a second vote, but the House of Commons, we'll get them keeping on voting until they come up with the right answer. That's why I think we should stand by tradition, and Conservatives should be a bit more conservative about the traditions of this House and stop this ludicrous gyratory motion.
Thank you. A 3-minute limit on backbench speeches now applies. Charlie Elphick. Mr Speaker, it is as ever a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, the member for the Rhondda, who has rightly pointed out the importance of tradition. I back Remain in a referendum, but the tradition in our country of democracy, of respecting the public votes, of respecting the 2/3 in my constituency who voted to leave the European Union means that I believe we should get on with it and that we shouldn't extend Article 50 because public trust in our democracy would be badly undermined. Yes.
Honourable friend for giving way. The previous speaker made the point very eloquently that we should not consider the same matter again and again. Does he agree with me that that should surely apply to repeated putting of questions about second votes?
Say to the honourable gentleman, he's not been here for most of the debate. It's not order. It's not very courteous to make long interventions that slow things up. Charlie Elphick. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for the point he makes. He's quite right, and I'm going to come to that in a minute. First of all, let me just underline the importance of honouring the referendum. This was the biggest democratic exercise in our history. 17.4 million people gave a clear decision that we should leave the European Union. And yet here we see Amendment H, which is seeking yet another referendum, a so-called people's vote. It's not a people's vote, it's a loser's vote, because it is promoted by the very same people who lost last time.
And I have to say, I completely agree with the Labour front bench in saying that this is not something that they can support. I agree with the Right Honourable Lady for Don Valley, who made a point of order earlier on this subject. And I agree, I hope, with the majority of this House that we should vote on this vote tonight, this Amendment H, and that we should reject it. And we should put to bed, for once and for all, the idea that we should have any kind of further referendums, any further delays, and we should get on with leaving the European Union so we can get on with dealing with the future of this country, not having endless Brexit. And I hear that the TIG may wish to not put this motion tonight under pressure. And it will be very interesting to see what the Liberal Democrats and the SNP, who are also on signatories to this amendment, what they do. If they have the courage of their convictions, if they'll see it through, or if they will be frit and run away as they are asked to do, begged to do, by the Labour Party front bench. I don't think we need to extend Article 50. I think we need to get on with it. We need not to have a referendum of the losers. We need to again listen to the British people. A snap poll held only today by YouGov found that a majority want to get on with it. 43% to 38% want MPs to vote against delay, because the British people are as sick of endless Brexit as most people in this House are. And that is why I'll be voting against every amendment tonight. I'll be voting against the main motion, making it clear that we need to honour and respect the verdict of the referendum last time. We need also to have maximum pressure on the European Union to provide an exit from the backstop, either unilaterally or by a sunset. We need not to have European elections, an affront of European elections that would see Nigel Farage and Tommy Robinson and the honourable gentleman for Ilford would be elected as well. What we need to see is true democracy. And we also need to see some integrity. Not only that we should honour and respect the referendum, but the people who want to go and set up a new party should have the courage of their convictions, the integrity of their convictions, and face the people and put to the people the true public vote as to whether they should continue to be members of this House and not run away from the people, but face the people in a by-election and honour our democracy as we should honour the referendum.
I will try and keep my remarks brief. Thank you very much for selecting my very last-minute hurried manuscript amendment to Amendment I in the name of my friend, the member for Leeds Central. Well, as others have said this evening, I mean, what a mess we are in. We really aren't covering ourselves in particular glory right now. And I was struck by my friend, the member for Ronda's amazing speech there and his reference to the Muppets, but it feels more to me like, well, the Muppets too, but maybe the last scenes of Thelma and Louise with the Prime Minister seems to be putting her foot ever harder on the accelerator as we're driving off the cliff while she's got banners coming off the back of her car saying it's my way or the highway. And she just keeps putting up these false choices, and this really has to stop now. It's just getting beyond a joke, as others have said. We need to find out once and for all, as we have been asking for weeks and months now, we need to find out once and for all if there are other directions of travel that this House can all agree on. And the Amendment I in my friend's name is the only way now, the only way. We cannot trust the government any longer to bring forward this process. It's the only way for us as Parliament to be able to express our view. And whether we want another second referendum or not, we still need to resolve what leaving the EU looks like and what this Parliament says that looks like. And for most people, that is about addressing the political declaration that sits alongside the withdrawal agreement, and that can be done in good time. There's no reason for that to take very long at all. The Secretary of State earlier on seemed to be contradicting himself that, you know, indicative votes or votes next week were going to mean a year's delay. Well, if they think it does and this amendment passed tonight, then they need to bring forward an extension to that for that time. That's up to them to determine. So the reason for my very late and hurriedly manuscript amendment to that amendment is to try and maximise support in this House, because I know many colleagues are concerned about the forthcoming European elections, about a long extension to Article 50. But let's just remember that if this amendment is passed this evening, if we tonight say that we want an extension to Article 50, it is up for the government to come forward with the necessary legislation and the date therein to decide how long that will be for. So I hope that the House will accept my amendment to my honourable friend's amendment so that we can maximise support for that process to allow us, at long last, to have a say on the way forward.
It is astounding to be in this position when the British people made the decision in 2016, in June 2016, that here we are in March 2019 debating how long we should be extending Article 54, or perhaps whether it should be actually got rid of and have a second referendum on whether we remain or leave the European Union. We need to get on with this. We need to leave decisively on the 29th of March. It is what democratically there is an expectation across the country. The 29th of March 2019 is a date in so many people's heads across the country. Millions of people, whether they voted leave, remain or abstained, are expecting us to leave on the 29th of March this year. It's not just good for democracy to deliver our promises, it's also good for business, because if there's a suspension, whether it's a short suspension, whether it's a long suspension, whether there's a series of suspensions, that's bad for business and business planning, whether that's in manufacturing or whether, for example, that's in clinical trials, life sciences, our university sector. We just have to look at the approach to the European Union when it comes to science to see why it isn't working now and won't work for the future. The Clinical Trials Directive, thought of in 2001, introduced in 2004, the EU wanted to change it to the Clinical Trials Regulation in 2016. They have thus far failed to change these regulations this year. We don't know when they're actually going to be delivered, and actually the failure to change from the directive to the regulations are holding back trials. And if these trials don't go ahead, that's life-saving, life-enhancing treatments that aren't invented, aren't brought to market to actually serve the interests of people. And the European Union are still going in the same direction. The Advocate General, against the advice of the Advocate General, the European Court of Justice decided to treat gene editing as genetically modified organisms. This means this technology will be held back in the European Union. And Professor Nigel Halford said, if adopted by the Council and Parliament, the decision could set back Ag biotech in Europe by another 20 years. We are already a generation behind. Young scientists interested in ag biotech are likely to move to places where common sense and scientific evidence prevail. That is not the European Union. I believe the EU is 1950s politics trying to be applied to the 21st century. We need to leave on the 29th of March this year.
Thank you. James Frith. Speaker, the Prime Minister is not alone in failing us. The government's backbenches are full of former ministers who claimed, "I am the man who can." The first Brexit Secretary said he could, but he couldn't. The former Foreign Secretary said he could, but he couldn't. The second Brexit Secretary said he could, but he couldn't. And now they join the hardliners on their benches who all say they can, but we know they can't. Yeah. It isn't just the Prime Minister let down by this mis-selling. The country's been misled, and now the plan has been mislaid. Ultimately, though, this comes down to a failure of the Prime Minister, of her leadership, her incapacity to build consensus, to hear what is said, and most alarmingly of all, her contempt for Parliament. This Parliament has been voted in more recently than the referendum. This Parliament has been more recently anointed its authority than the referendum. My town sent me here as someone who didn't trigger Article 50. Many, because of that fact. We're a Parliament more representative of the changing picture we see. And on at least 3 occasions in normal times, the Prime Minister's record would have cost her her job. Yeah. These 3 occasions, though, Mr. Speaker, were opportunities for her to change tack, to offer a tonic for the UK with a deal that united the country through the unity in this House. And we're told that Parliament needs to decide what it's for, yet we've been given no chance to decide. We've pored over this, many of us spending time doing the heavy lifting, understanding why the people felt so deprived of a say, felt so overlooked that they pulled the leave cord in 2016 to stop the show. So we must extend Article 50 and establish what for. Indicative votes and a process of collecting the way forward. Fill a deal with content that speaks to the support for one in this House. One with a customs union and a direction to deal with the world, with the protections of our people and our planet. And then, Mr. Speaker, take this deal and seek further permission on it. Not from the pomp in the party opposite, but from the public. Go back and seek further instruction from them. Let them hold it up to the light for their final say. Let Britain have her last word, to stick or twist, to back it or keep what we've got. Britons voted to leave and remain in their millions. And then this changed Parliament was ushered in. Division is still palpable, and all the doorsteps and the polling in the country tells us there is no magic healing number. Yep. Compromise is a must. So the content of a deal with the permission of the public marry this changed Parliament to the changing picture we see. And of course, everyone reserves the right to vote the same way again. Absolutely. And at that point, I will support a deal before arguing we don't know what we've got until it's gone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to say briefly a few words about the legal advice from the European Parliament, because I have great respect for the Deputy Prime Minister, but I have concerns about the representation that he has made of the legal advice that he has received on the question of whether the European Parliament elections do or do not need to take place. So I just simply restate that in the legal advice that I have seen, it's the case that the United Kingdom would not, if it did not hold elections, the new European Parliament could validly be constituted. And that seems to me to be in complete contradiction to what the Deputy Prime Minister said earlier. So I hope when the Minister responds, he will clarify what the government's position is on that. In relation to the point made by the official spokesman for the official opposition, the member Right Honourable and member for Holborn and St Pancras, he said in his remarks that he thought that there were people here who were pushing a People's Vote amendment for another reason. I don't think he actually specified what the other reason was, but in my case, and I think many of the people here today, we are pushing a People's Vote because we want there to be a People's Vote. And we want people to support that, and this will be the opportunity to do that. And frankly, we are running out of time in which to express support for a People's Vote, and that is the only reason why we are doing it. Now, I do wonder whether there's any sense of humility or embarrassment from leading Brexiters about the chaos and political maelstrom that they have created. This is their responsibility through and through. They can't blame Remainers, civil servants, the weather, the Turks. They cannot even blame their nanny. The blame rests fairly and squarely on their shoulders. This is chaos that they have created. The question today, I won't give way, the question today is not whether we have an extension or not, because I think everyone here knows that we need one. When I asked the Prime Minister about this a couple of days ago, she said that she was going to work with the usual channels to see what is necessary in relation to getting legislation through the House. Now, all of us here know exactly what that means. That means the Prime Minister accepts there will have to be an extension. So the question really is whether we're having a short extension or a meaningful extension. An extension that will facilitate the will of Parliament, which has expressed a clear desire to find a different deal, and I hope an extension that will allow for a People's Vote, or just a short one to enable the Prime Minister to tie up her loose ends after she has bludgeoned us black and blue with her baneful deal and her robotic mantra of it's my deal or no deal. So I hope that what we will do is we will secure a meaningful extension, and of course if that is not granted by the European Union, then as others have said here this afternoon, we will simply need to revoke Article 50.
Thank you. Toby Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very struck as I reflect on the huge frustration my constituents feel with the way this process is going on about the speech by the honourable member from Christchurch, who's not in his place now. He described our government as a laughingstock in Europe and a laughingstock in this country. And I think about why is it? And I think it's because of the path that he and his colleagues have taken this government down. They have absolutely held this government to ransom, and now, at a time where having argued for a long, long time for things that we all knew were not going to be achievable, they've won the referendum and are now blaming the government for failing to achieve it. And as my honourable friend from Bury North said just a few minutes ago, the Prime Minister put in charge of these negotiations the very people who promised us how easy it was going to be. And of course, they entirely failed to deliver on the referendum result and the referendum campaign that they had promised. So I will support this motion in front of us to have a delay. But it does occur to me that the Vote Leave campaign said much throughout their campaign that this would be a careful change and it would be something that there would be time for, that we wouldn't be leaving the European Union until our future relationship was resolved. And so I'm now confused as to why they seem to be in such a rush for us to leave, when it's so clear that we haven't got a deal on which we can agree. But in terms of what my constituents ask for, it does seem that Labour still fulfils the vote that my 60% of Chesterfield constituents asked for. It would enable us to continue trading with the customs union, but it would also ensure that we weren't a part of the single market, that we were able to have the control on immigration that we all know was so powerful. And it was that vote on immigration that enabled what had been previously a minority concern, this concern about the European Union, to become so powerful that they were able to run on it. So I'm in a position today where, despite the fact that I hugely regret the fact that we're leaving the European Union, I will vote for Brexit. I will vote for Brexit by voting for Labour's deal. And when I vote for Labour's deal, I'll be voting for something that would enable us to leave on March the 29th. And I'll be able to go to my constituents and say that if they backed Labour's deal, if only the government would back Labour's deal, we would be able to leave the European Union on March the 29th, as we said all along. And I think it's important that that message gets across, because there's people over there suggesting that the only way of fulfilling the vote for the referendum is to vote for the government's deal. We all know there are other ways that we could leave the European Union if only they supported the deal that the Labour Party put in place.
If members now speaking take interventions, they'll do so knowing that they're stopping colleagues speaking. So I hope they won't. Anna Soubry.
Mr Speaker, and thank you very much. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Chesterfield. Mr Speaker, I rise in support in particular of Amendment 8 in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Totnes, in support of the People's Vote. Mr Speaker, the People's Vote is not the four of us that attended that moment just over a year ago when we launched a People's Vote, though I'm proud that the honourable member for Oxford West and Abingdon, the honourable member for Brighton Pavilion and the honourable member for Streatham and I all tonight will be true to our word and we will vote for a People's Vote. We were then in the four parties. We are now, of course, in different positions. But as I say, it's not about us. We are not the People's Vote. Mr Speaker, the People's Vote isn't even Susan and Linda, who go out every weekend as members of the Nottinghamshire People's Vote, not just in West Bridgford, where we were on Saturday, in all weathers, but in all circumstances. They've been to Ashfield, they've been to Mansfield, they have stood and they have made the case for a People's Vote, not just in bad weather, but in, frankly, other adverse conditions, and they do it with a burning passion. And they do it because they believe that our great nation has made a mistake. But they don't do it to thwart Brexit, they don't do it to stop Brexit, they do it, as I do and I know many other honourable members do as well, is because we believe with the passion that this matter must now go back to the British people. It is the only way through the mess. And Mr Speaker, one of the things that will happen, and it may be when I'm long gone, but there will undoubtedly be an inquiry into what happened, how this great country came to find itself in a position of leaving the European Union, and I gravely still fear, notwithstanding last night's vote, without a deal. And it will record that there was a lack of honesty, of courage and of leadership in this place, amongst journalists, amongst businesses, people who said things in private but simply failed to do the right thing when it was needed for our country in public. And that moment is now. And I say gently to colleagues who are in the Labour Party, many of whom I have huge respect for, and they know that I work with them cross-party on all manner of campaigns and will always continue to do so. I apologise if I caused offence by crying out shame, but I gently say to them they know in their hearts the courage of the honourable member, my friend for Redcar, a constituency that voted Leave in the number it did, but who has led in her constituency, who has persuaded the people of her constituency to back a people's vote, showing courage, showing honesty and showing leadership. Mr Speaker, we can't wait for the front bench. They're Brexiteers. They don't want a people's vote because they're frightened. The people will change their minds, and that will be our legacy if we don't do the right thing. Knowing people didn't want it, we can't let it happen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, many people have said to me since being an MP, what is it like in this House at this time? And I've always said to them it's a very difficult time in the House and a very painful time as well in the House. And Mr Speaker, there's not just division in the lobbies, but divisions within our own parties in terms of our thoughts and our feelings around Brexit and our frustrations and our energies as well. And the disturbingness, how it feels for us, is how it feels for the public. And what plays out often in here is how the public feel and vice versa. And these are very, very difficult and trying times for us, and for us as a nation, but for individuals, for communities, for our constituencies and for our nations. It's a very, very difficult time. But the weight and the seriousness that is on us cannot be taken lightly. We are the people who need to show leadership and a direction for our country, and we need to make the right and the best decisions for that. It is not good for us to be throwing out our own selfish, sometimes views, and sometimes our strong opinions, which actually are for ourselves and not thinking in the wider context. And that's something that we need to consider. Now, I absolutely think and agree that we should have voted down that deal that we did, the meaningful vote. And we did that the first time, the second time. There is no point in bringing it to the House a third and a fourth time. This is a waste of time and a waste of time for our chamber, and that should not be happening. What we should be doing is thinking and mapping out a way forward, and the way forward is to extend Article 50. There is no other way forward than us to do that and then to consider how we move forward with that. But what we are also doing, as we have our conversations, we are failing to tackle some of the issues that need to be tackled in our country, where people are suffering, where people are in grief because of what is being missed, because it's not being discussed and decisions are not being made in this chamber. And that is things like in-work poverty. It's real, it's tangible. The housing crisis, it's real, it's tangible. Climate change, we're in a crisis at the moment. Our education needs improving. These are the things that we need to be thinking about, and so many other things, including our public services and tackling serious youth violence. It is not good enough just to invest in the police. It is a partnership, and we should be investing in partnerships to do things in terms of tackling this. So I will be supporting an extension of Article 50, and I will be inviting others to join me in doing that.
Harry Black.
After sitting through the entirety of this debate, I think that the UK is about to get a rude awakening as to what the consequences of this Prime Minister's irresponsibility is going to be. The reality of where we are just now is that even if we do come to a consensus to extend Article 50, any one of the 27 countries in the EU could veto that extension. We already know that Farage and his pals have been round lobbying different countries like Italy, Hungary, Poland. And it's ironic that he wants other countries to block the will of the very parliament that he apparently wants to have so much control. But like I say, all it takes is one country out of 27, and we are out on the 29th with no deal. Because the EU is a nation of equals. Now that we can see the no-deal train coming down the tracks towards us, we have all these new suggestions coming out the woodwork. rumours of cross-party consensus for an EFTA-type deal or to stay in the single market or the customs union. We proposed this 2 years ago and it was ignored. And the thing is, people of Scotland will be watching this, and despite being told to vote no to stay in the EU, despite voting remain in the EU, despite sending back a majority of MPs on an anti-Brexit manifesto twice, it's still ignored, and despite the Scottish Government putting forward compromise proposals, here we are anyway. And I challenge one unionist member in this place to tell me what more we could do on these benches that we haven't done to prevent Scotland being dragged out of the EU and into no-deal chaos. Now, I can hear the voices saying you should have voted for the deal, but they just make my case for me, because even if every single Scottish MP did support the Prime Minister's deal, she'd still have lost. So it makes no sense. This is not a union of equals. And it gets summed up best by a good friend of mine and a former member of this place, actually, Jim Sillars. And he summed it up best when he talked about Scottish independence. And he said that on the 18th of September, between the hours of 7 AM and 10 PM, Scotland is in control of its own future. And the question is whether at 1 minute past 10 we hand back that power or we keep it for ourselves. Now, we chose to hand that power back to this place. And look what has happened. And I tell you, Mr. Speaker, if this is a union of equals, then the next time that Scotland is asked whether we want to be part of this union, I'll bet my money that the answer is different.
Weston! Mr Weston.
Speaker, I rise in support of amendments E, I and J. The Prime Minister has made a huge mistake. She has not sought to unify this country, to reunite us, but to reunite her party. Since the 10th of December, it's been abundantly clear that there isn't a majority in this House for the Prime Minister's deal. 3 months on, she still insists it's her deal or no deal. Her approach has been flawed from the start, and what has led to us being in this humiliating, disastrous mess. Rather than reach out across the country and across Parliament, the Prime Minister asserted her infamous red lines and is focused on securing her legacy. Now we must exhaust other realistic options in a short time frame to understand where there is a majority in this House for some form of Brexit. We owe it to this country that has been misled not once but twice, first by the promises of the Leave campaign and secondly by the disingenuous claims of the Prime Minister that hers was the only way of delivering Brexit. For several months I've been making it clear that I believe it incumbent on this House, as representatives of a presently very divided nation, to work collaboratively to find solutions to this impasse with a primary aim of seeking to heal those divisions. We must work to determine those forms of Brexit that are A, realisable and B, least damaging to the UK and to Europe. To enable this, it is essential that we extend Article 50. And as I said very publicly back in mid-November, we must do that and confirm it with the EU and then decide on which of those Brexit options which has the most public support. Let me be clear. Yes, I support a public vote. As I said before, and I believe this place cannot decide what form of Brexit we follow. But today's votes and the public must confirm that this is what they wanted versus Remain. Today's votes are all about achieving an extension to Article 50 that will facilitate the right outcome that is in the best interest of this country. If won, we must then agree across this House the mechanisms for achieving this. And Amendment I believe, does that. And finally, let me be clear. Yes, I voted Remain, and I favour Remain. As someone who sits on the International Trade Select Committee, it is obvious that coming out of the European Union on the 29th of March is the first paragraph of the first chapter of a very long book. It will last for 8 to 10 years. Mr. Speaker, for that reason, and more importantly, in the ambition of trying to reunify this country of ours, and for the reasons of avoiding the economic catastrophe so described by business leaders and CBI and the SMMT and the FSB, we must extend Article 50 and find a majority agreement across this House. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Jonathan Edwards.
Mr. Speaker, the key question that will face us after this evening, if we support an extension to Article 50, will be for what purpose. And before I explain my party's position, I would like to add my voice to those who have been calling for the House of Commons to have a full portfolio of votes on the various options. On January the 15th, Mr. Speaker, I wrote an article for the Huffington Post making the case for the use of a voting system designed to create a majority. And I was delighted to see the Father of the House bring forward an amendment to that effect a few weeks ago. And I hope if Amendment I passes this evening, that will be looked at with all seriousness. Without finding a purpose for that extension, we still face the prospect of a no deal by default. And we had a great idea, we had a wide idea yesterday with the publishment of the British Government's tariff proposals of what that would mean. And indeed, it would be a disaster for Welsh agriculture in particular, because if we set very high import tariffs, that will be reciprocated in terms of exports. And half of all Welsh lamb, of course, goes to the European Union, and they will be decimated. Of course, in keeping an open border between the Republic of Ireland and the north of Ireland, the British Government signalled its intention to sink the ports of my country. This evening, Mr. Speaker, we put forward Amendment A, and essentially what that does is to extend Article 50 to cover Phase 2 of the Brexit process. That would help deal with the backstop, although I do not share the concerns of honourable members in relation to the backstop, that will be dealt with our suggestion. It will deal with the problems of a blind Brexit. It will deal also with the problem of a no deal, and it will also encourage a more sensible approach to the trade negotiations. I think there's something for everybody in our suggestion, Mr. Speaker, apart from those who seem obsessed with leaving on the 29th of March. And to close, Mr. Speaker, I look forward this evening to voting for Amendment H. And I say to Labour colleagues that the right moment doesn't always come in politics. There's only the moment, and the moment is now.
When the Prime Minister set out the timetable for this week a couple of weeks ago, she did not say that the vote on an extension was to be linked to the acceptance of the deal. In fact, when she set out those arrangements, the premise was that we would come to this point after the defeat of her deal, which is what has happened. And now we find, in her reaction to the vote last night, that the government's proposal to extend Article 50 is linked to their strategy of one more heave, two more heaves, however many more heaves it takes. The amendment that I'll support tonight, the front bench amendment moved by my honourable friends or my honourable friend from Leeds Central, seeks to remove that conditionality and to extend instead for the purpose of clarifying our future direction. And that is the reason that we should do it. Because for 4 months, we have been having the wrong conversation with Europe. Instead of disappearing into 5 different levels of legality over the backstop, which looks to the rest of Europe as though we're trying to wriggle out of our commitment to having no hard border in Northern Ireland and our commitment to support the Good Friday Agreement, we should have been having the conversation that we need to have about what Brexit really means, what the choices are and what the trade-offs are. And let us not pretend that the reason that that hasn't happened is that somehow it's impossible until we leave. The reason it hasn't happened is because to do so would expose the deep divisions within the Conservative Party. But the public deserves better than that. So that's why extension should be for the purpose of clarification. And I just say this on timing and other conditions in this. Far too often in our discussion, we forget that there are 2 sides around the table. An extension has to be applied for, and it has to be agreed unanimously. It won't just be up to us how long this is for, and it's important, whatever happens in the votes tonight, that we understand that. And let me say one other thing, Mr. Speaker. I understand the public impatience with politics right now. It's our job to get stuff done. But leadership response to parliamentary votes matters. And we had a great speech here yesterday from my honourable friend, the member for Yardley, defending parliamentary democracy. It is just a pity that our Prime Minister, the leader of our country, never defends parliamentary democracy, because continually setting up Parliament against the people is at best disappointing, it is thoroughly irresponsible, and it is not the leadership that we need through these troubled waters.
As the clock strikes 4:44, the honourable gentleman for Ilford South must sit down. Mike Gapes.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago, when we debated Article 50 and I voted against invoking it, I said we were going to go onto an escalator with no brake and no way of getting off. I now understand why the Prime Minister invoked Article 50 at that time. It was because she wanted to stop a European Parliament election.
Yeah.
And the reality is that the whole timetable of agreeing an Article 50 process 18 months before the government had even got an agreed position, which lasted about 3 days before the resignations, was driven by fear internally in the Conservative Party. They did not want UKIP to come back in a European election, so they triggered it at that point. The reality is they are now trying to get us out as quickly as possible, and I have to say amendments which talk about the end of June are also trying to get us out because of people's fear of a European election. The reality is, if we do not have a European election, we will have no voice, no say and no vote within the councils of Europe in a period where we may still be in a transition, and that will give us a great period of weakness in any future framework negotiations. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, this country in the 1970s was the sick man of Europe. We are now the joke of Europe.
Kneeling while speaking is a new phenomenon in the House of Commons. Paul Blomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in a desperate position, and that's been reflected in many serious speeches, too many to list, but that of my honourable friend, the member for Rhondda, was a real highlight, and we support his Amendment J. In her closing remarks yesterday, the Prime Minister said that the House needed to say not what it didn't want, but what it did want. And it's a fair point. But the problem we face is due to her refusal to give us that opportunity at the start of the process. And she herself went to the EU 27, not with clarity on what she wanted, but red lines on what she didn't want. Red lines that boxed her into a corner and produced this damaging deal that fails the country and has been rejected twice by historic margins. And so what's her reaction, Mr. Speaker? Try again. It was my right honourable friend, the member for Holborn and St Pancras, who coined the phrase meaningful vote when seeking to ensure that Parliament had a role in this process. It's a phrase that the Prime Minister has embraced. We had meaningful vote 1, meaningful vote 2. But how, as the right honourable member for Putney pointed out, can meaningful vote 3 be meaningful in any sense of the word? On the 26th of February, the Prime Minister set out the process for this week. Vote on her deal, vote on no deal, then vote on an extension. And she set out the options to be considered at that stage. Her deal, no deal, another deal, or a public vote. Well, Mr. Speaker, this week we have ruled out 2 of those options, so we should now be looking at the other 2 and seeing what consensus can be built. As the honourable member for Eddisbury, my right honourable friend, the member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castle, the member for Bury North and the member for Lewisham East, among others, pointed out. Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor was right when he reminded the nation this morning on the radio that the 2016 referendum decision was carried by a narrow margin. A painfully narrow margin, not the overwhelming mandate that some opposite claim. A vote to leave, but not an instruction to rupture our relationship with our closest neighbours and allies. And if there was any doubt, the Prime Minister gave the people a second vote. She called a general election, accusing this House of trying to thwart her plans and seeking a mandate for a hard Brexit, and she lost her majority. She could then have reached out to build a consensus, or she could have after her deal was defeated in January. But she did not. Yes, she spoke to people across the House, but she didn't listen to what they had to say. She focused on the backstop, which may be an obsession of the party within her party, but is not the primary concern of the majority of the 432 MPs who voted against her deal. Of far more concern to us is the way that deal damages our economy, damages jobs, damages livelihoods, and damages public services. And it doesn't offer the certainty that business needs. The political declaration is deliberately ambiguous, and we know that there are those on her benches who intend to remove her and to rip it up if she gets her deal over the line. Last night, the Prime Minister had another chance to reach out and build consensus, to deliver on the expectations that she had given the House, creating the opportunity to explore all the options and find a way forward. Mr. Speaker, the government's shameful decision to go back on their word and frustrate our democracy with this motion should be rejected by the House. Our Amendment E provides the way forward that this House expected and that this House wanted. And it wouldn't have been necessary, as my right honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central, pointed out, if the government was doing its job. The Prime Minister should also listen to her Chancellor when however much he proclaims support for her deal, he recognises that it's dead and that she should reach out across the House to look at the sort of deal that might be forged around a customs union, single market alignment, and membership of the agencies and partnerships we built together. And indeed, a further public vote between a credible leave option and remaining in the European Union, a vote which we support. An extension needs clear purpose, a purpose of building the consensus that the Prime Minister has failed to do. An extension that is as short as possible, but as long as necessary. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the folly of fixed deadlines. We warned the House and the Prime Minister that throwing red meat to her Brexit extremists by fixing the 29th of March in law was a mistake. And now she will have to legislate to remove it. And we should also reject her new bullying tactic that failing to back her deal means UK participation in the European elections. It does not, as many members, notably the Right Honourable Member for Rushcliffe, pointed out. Powerful legal voices have been cited, but let me quote a government minister on this issue. The Advocate General for Scotland, speaking in another place on the 27th of February, said, and I quote, "The noble Lord's point that the European Parliament could sit without the UK having had an election is correct." Mr. Speaker, we must not be deflected by threats. We cannot succumb to the Prime Minister's obstinacy. Her deal has been rejected. No deal has been rejected. We must now seek the extension of Article 50, needed to move on and to consider the remaining options. A different deal or a further public vote.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Shadow Secretary of State opened this debate. He has long indicated his commitment to a second referendum and for remaining in the European Union. I disagree with him, but I respect the integrity with which he holds that position. Others in this House, like the member for Nottingham East, have been prepared to make the difficult decision to leave their party to make the case for a second referendum. Few doubt the sincerity with which the Right Honourable Member holds such views. But the Amendment E, Mr. Speaker, tabled in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, does not reflect such principle or integrity. It is fundamentally flawed. The European Council statement of 12 March makes clear that any extension to Article 50 must be on the basis of providing clarity on both its duration and give credible justification. Yet the Leader of the Opposition's amendment meets neither of these two tests. Firstly, it does not clarify the duration that it seeks to extend for. Perhaps that's because she's not in her place, but the Right Honourable Member for Islington South and Finsbury said on Saturday that Labour would back an extension only to July because it would be inappropriate for us to stand for the European Parliament. But just the next day, the Shadow Chancellor contradicted her, saying that an extension should be as long as necessary. To be fair, the member for Manchester Central, in her manuscript amendment, does address the issue of duration in terms of the Amendment I from the member for Leeds Central. But the Leader of the Opposition fails to do so. Secondly, he does not set out a credible justification for his extension as demanded in the EU statement of the 12th of March. He merely calls for, and I quote, a different approach. Yet this different approach is based on a fiction that he can deliver his deal whilst also securing participation in EU trade policy, full participation in EU security, have his own position on state aid, all things the EU have ruled out as non-negotiable. He talks about the Prime Minister's red lines, but what are his red lines when he puts forward ideas that are completely unrealistic? Indeed, his commitment to the second referendum is so strong that in his statement on Tuesday he failed to mention it even once. This is just 15 days. Of course I give way. 15 days. Perhaps he can explain why the Leader of the Opposition failed to mention a second referendum. I'm sure it's a question those who defected from his party would like an answer on.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way, but can I gently point out that whatever problems he may have with Labour's propositions for Brexit, it doesn't leave have the advantage of not having crashed to such a big defeat as the government's own proposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we thought he himself actually used to support a second referendum, but he failed to even mention it in his intervention. But the point is, the Leader of the Opposition called this week for cross-party consensus. This is from someone who refused even to meet with the Prime Minister, who actually met her once, after weeks of delay, and has blocked his front bench from engaging with the government. When he talks of cross-party consensus, perhaps what he really means is actually having meetings with the member for West Bromwich East. There is no limit to the inconsistencies of his approach. He talks, Mr. Speaker, of listening to this House. And yet when this House spoke on his amendment on the 27th of February, defeating it by 323 votes to 240, he failed to listen to that judgment. So today, Mr. Speaker, he presents an amendment that fails the test set out by the European Commission on Tuesday, that calls for cross-party talks when he himself has resisted them, and calls for listening to this House when he fails to do so for his own amendment. I'll give way once more.
The Right Honourable Member for giving way. This country is on the edge of an economic precipice. We want some leadership from the government. We don't want you to be sitting there giving pot shots at the last moment against the opposition.
Well, then he may have a word with the Leader of the Opposition, so he puts forward credible proposals that have not already been ruled out by the European Union and failed to address the statement issued just 2 days ago. Let me turn, in the limited time left, Mr. Speaker, to Amendment I. And the member for Leeds Central raised a specific point in his remarks when he said that we needed to vote for that amendment because the House would not have a vote on another amendable motion until after the 29th of March. We will make our statement under Section 13.4 tomorrow, setting out how the government proposes to proceed in relation to negotiations, and so there will be the option of an amendable motion no later than Monday the 25th of March. Amendment I, Mr. Speaker, from the Honourable Member for Rhondda raised an issue which I think, Mr. Speaker, you have already addressed in your response to the member for Wallasey. So I won't dwell on that other than to suggest that it is an issue for the Chair and it will be shaped by the motion that is brought forward by the Government. In respect of Amendment H put forward by the member for Totnes, it is clear Government policy to resist a second referendum and that policy has not changed. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 minutes left and I'm given away a couple of times already. Mr. Speaker, it was Tony Blair who said that the way to stop Brexit was first to vote against the Prime Minister's deal, then to vote against no deal, and then to seek a long extension. It is votes on Tuesday, Wednesday and tonight. This is the precise script followed by the Leader of the Opposition. Perhaps he should share with us whether it was Tony, Peter or Alistair that wrote it for him. How proud those envoys of the elite must be with his late conversion to the cause. His approach has become more Davos than Don Valley. Some members of this House will remember the painting from Banksy that went through the shredder. Indeed, the member for Ribble Valley had it on his Christmas card. The reality in his approach this week, Mr. Speaker, is he is shredding the votes of 17.4 million people in this country, with his turning his back on the referendum, going back on his word from his own manifesto, failing to listen even to his own front bench. The member for Ashton-under-Lyne was saying just last night, I think that it would be disastrous for us to, as members of Parliament, go back to the people, the very issue that others in his party are campaigning for. Mr. Speaker, this is a time for responsibility, yet we have a motion from the Leader of the Opposition that ducks the choice, ducks the time, ducks the clarity, ducks any sense of national responsibility. It is time for this House to act in the national interest. It is time to put forward an extension that is realistic. I commend the motion put forward by the Government to the House.
Order! Order! Under the order of the House of today, I must now put the questions necessary to dispose of proceedings on the motion. I begin by calling the Honourable Member for Totnes, Dr. Sarah Wollaston, to move Amendment H formally. Thank you. I remind the House that if Amendment H is agreed to, Amendments I and E fall. The question is that Amendment H be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division! Clear the lobby! Order. The question is that Amendment H be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Joan Ryan and Stephen Gethins. Tellers for the noes, Joe Churchill and Paul Maynard. Lock the doors!
85, and the noes to the left, 334.
The ayes to the right, 85. The noes to the left, 334. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Order. No, not now. We'll deal with point of order later. We now come to Amendment I. Mr. Hilary Benn to move the amendment formally.
Move formally.
Formally, thank you. I now call Lucy Powell to move formally her amendment to Amendment I. Move formally, thank you. The question is that the amendment to Amendment I be made. As many as I thought of it and say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that the amendment to Amendment I be made. As many as I thought of it and say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Jeff Smith and Nick Smith. Jeff comes before Nick in the alphabet. Tellers for the noes, Joe Churchill and Paul Maynard. the doors! Order! Order!
The ayes 311, the noes 314.
Thank you.
The ayes to the right 311, the noes to the left 314. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Order. The question is that Amendment I be made. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Order. The question is that Amendment I be made. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Jeff Smith and Nick Smith. Tell us for the noes, Joe Churchill and Paul Maynard. Pause.
The ayes to the right, 312. The noes to the left, 314.
The ayes to the right, 312. The noes to the left, 314. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. But we now come to Amendment E. In the name of the Leader of the Opposition, the Right Honourable Gentleman to move the amendment formally.
I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that Amendment E be made. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division! Clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment E be made. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Jeff Smith and Nick Smith. Tellers for the noes, Joe Churchill and Paul Maynard. Lock the doors!
302, and the noes to the left 318.
The ayes to the right, 302. The noes to the left, 318. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlocked. Order. We now come to Amendment J in the name of the Honourable Gentleman, the Member for Rhondda.
I don't think there's any need to move this to a vote, is there?
Thank you. Amendment J for Jemima, not moved. Order. The question is the main motion in the name of the government. Members of the government, as many as are that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. Order. The question is the main motion as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes. Mike Freer and Alistair Jack. Tellers for the noes. Tellers for the noes. Peter Bone and William Ragg. Applause! Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 412. The noes to the left, 202.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 412. The noes to the left, 202. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Order. Point of order, Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr. Speaker, after the last few days of government chaos and some defeats, all of us now have the opportunity and the responsibility to work together to find a solution to the crisis facing this country, where the government has so dramatically failed to do so. We've begun to hold meetings with members across the House to find a consensus and a compromise that meets the needs of this country. But the last few days have also put a responsibility on the Prime Minister. First, to publicly accept that both her deal and no deal are simply no longer viable options. And secondly, to bring forward the necessary legislation to amend the exit date of the 29th of March. Tonight, Mr. Speaker, I reiterate our conviction that a deal can be agreed based on our alternative plan that can command support across the House. And I also reiterate our support for a public vote, not as a political... Mr. Speaker, not as political point scoring, but as a realistic option to break the deadlock. The whole purpose, Mr. Speaker, the whole purpose ought to be to protect communities that are stressed and worried. Those people are worried about the future of their jobs and their industries. Our job is to try to meet the concerns of the people who sent us here in the first place.
No, there's no further required. Point of order, Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in a crisis, and of course we're at the end of another week. And we need to remind ourselves that the public of the United Kingdom are just 2 weeks away from potentially crashing out of the European Union. Mr. Speaker, while we've been debating here, the trade bill has been going through the other place. And importantly, in the other place, an amendment has been passed that disallows the trade bill if no deal is not taken off the table. Can I seek your advice as to how we can make sure that this House has the ability to debate the trade bill over the course of the coming days and presents the opportunity that we can use legislation to make sure that no deal can happen? That's the responsible position that we should be taking. If I may say so, utter hypocrisy from the Labour Party. They punked the opportunity to put people's vote on the agenda tonight.
Grateful to the right honourable gentleman, amendments to be considered at the point at which the bill returns. That's the factual situation. There's nothing that I can add at this point. Did I detect the right honourable gentleman, member for Leeds Central? Point of order, Mr. Hilary Benn.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Further to the very important announcement that the Secretary of State for Exiting the European Union made in his closing speech tonight, that the government intends to bring the neutral motion required under Section 13 of the European Union Withdrawal Act to the House by Monday, the 25th of March. I wonder whether the Leader of the House, who is in her place, might like to indicate to the House this evening, given the nature of the business that has already been announced for next week, whether the government might be inclined to bring it before Monday the 25th, because we really need to get on with the process and trying to agree a way forward.
To the right honourable gentleman for his point of order, which of course is not a matter for the chair. The leader can come to the box if she... the right honourable gentleman is getting overexcited. He's a young pup. I know he's a new young member. I know he requires encouragement. If the right honourable lady wants to come to the box, she can, but she's not under any obligation.
Really, just to say, I will of course take into account the right honourable gentleman's concerns.
We're grateful. Oh, very well, Dr. Lewis. Spit it out quickly, man.
Well, as what you described as a relatively new member,
Yes.
I was rather puzzled by
Young.
the leader of the opposition saying something about a people's vote. Is there any way within the rules of order one can register the fact that as more than half the House of Commons voted against a second referendum tonight, the fact that so many of them abstained has nothing to do with it and the matter is completely dead?
Well, the right honourable gentleman has registered his view with his usual force, and we are grateful to him. I don't think he's interested in a response from me, and he'll be pleased to know that he's not getting such. No further to that point of order. Point of order, Laura Smith.
Thank you for allowing me to make this point of order, Mr. Speaker. It is on an unrelated matter to today's proceedings, but I believe it is of the utmost importance. Yesterday, the Member of Parliament for Uxbridge and South Ruislip made disgusting comments on LBC Radio regarding historical sexual abuse and investigations being a waste of money. His exact words, Mr. Speaker, were spat money up the wall, a well-known colloquialism for ejaculation. I represent a constituency where many survivors of sexual abuse at the hands of the predatory paedophile Barry Bonnell live. I represent a constituency where men like Gary Cliff and Steve Walters and many others spoke about the abuse they suffered, resulting in the imprisonment of Barry Bonnell. They did this after decades of struggle dealing with the shattering consequences of being abused. I represent a constituency...
Order. Resume your seat. I've got the thrust of it, but I cannot allow a great speech to be made. Sorry. If there's a request, please. The honourable lady has made her point with very considerable force and eloquence, but I know she's approaching her last sentence. Laura.
I understand that the member did not make the comments in the House, but that should not place him beyond reproach. What advice can you give that I might pass on to those affected in Crewe and Nantwich as how to best proceed to hold this member to account for his actions, which in my opinion fall far, far below the standards expected of parliamentarians?
I thank the honourable lady for her point of order, and what I would say to her is twofold. First of all, she can, and I suspect will, engage with the member concerned, perhaps by correspondence, to register very forcefully her views. Secondly, if she wishes to approach that member directly, in, I know, a very seemly but robust way, she can do that. And thirdly, what I would say to her is that she can send to her constituents a copy of the official report of today, in which this very forceful and clear point of order from her and my response to it will be recorded. And by the way, in interrupting, I intended absolutely no discourtesy to her. I just wanted to expedite proceedings. But she has made her point with great force, and it will be communicated to her constituents and to those at whom it was directed. Very well. All right. Very well. Go on. Blurt it out, man.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I asked for your guidance on a security matter. Last night, 2 individuals approached my constituency office, banging on the windows and shouting at the one member of staff that was in there. She was on her own. She approached the individuals. She was told that in an independent Scotland, all of you will be hanging, and we will be there at the front cheering on. And also, I can't wait to come and drag you from this office and get you to the noose. Mr. Speaker, my member of staff was on her own. If she was here now, she would say she was a tough St Unions woman who was happy to take him, but she shouldn't have to. So, can I ask your guidance of what we can do in this House to stay as respectful as possible in this place and on social media, and what can be done to help the security of our staff in our constituency?
What I say to the honourable gentleman is that that behaviour was despicable and should be condemned unreservedly, as it will be by all right-thinking people in this House and beyond. And I am sorry for what ghastly experience his staffer has undergone. It should not happen to anyone. In terms of what we do, may I suggest these are difficult watchwords. None of us observes them unfailingly. Myself included, none of us observes them unfailingly. But my watchwords, I would suggest to the honourable gentleman, in terms of how we all conduct ourselves, would be this: political difference, personal amiability. Political difference, personal amiability. It ought to be possible and the norm, as exemplified by, for example, the father of the House, to express a robust view, but to play the ball rather than the man or woman. People who think that because they disapprove of somebody's views, they have a right to subject them to vile, calumny, vituperation and threat, not to mention actual violence, need to be shown that that is not acceptable, and that where they're breaking the law, its full force will be applied to them. Order. We do come now, colleagues, to... I thank the honourable gentleman for raising that point and the honourable lady for Groenlandwich. We come now to the adjournment. The whip to move. Thank you. The question is that this House do now adjourn. Justine Greening.
Mr. Speaker, I want to raise the issue that has been experienced by residents in my own constituency who live in Clyde House. It's a block...
Order! It's not fair for the Right Honourable Lady that she can't be heard at all. Let us just have a moment while everybody leaves the chamber a little more quietly. That's better, thank you. Justine Greening.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Clyde House is a block of flats that pretty much from the word go, since it was opened several years ago, has experienced problems for residents who live there. These came to a head particularly several weeks ago when we had a huge leak of water from part of the heating system in Clyde House that then rapidly spread through the electrics and was hugely concerning to residents who were worried about the health and safety issues that this would inevitably lead to. I, of course, as a local MP, did my best working with the agent who manages the property, A2 Dominion, to see what I could do to get them to respond more promptly to residents' concerns. Residents had had major issues in getting the repairs done that were urgent by then, and I myself, Madam Deputy Speaker, also encountered the same problem in not being able to find a person in A2 Dominion initially who was prepared to actually take some responsibility to make sure the repairs were done that were by then absolutely necessary. I held a residents' meeting, the first of three actually to date, in Clyde House for residents, and at those meetings also had a chance to look in some of the flats that people were living in, and they were flats where I saw issues of potential electrical faults, water damage close to electrical fittings, issues of severe condensation because of poor ventilation in the flats that residents told me had really been a problem right from the start. And this was just part of a series of issues that block of flats faced. Another one was the fact that the lifts that served the flats were extremely unreliable. So much so we had several instances where elderly people and disabled people had literally been unable to get into their homes because the flats weren't working and they could not either be carried upstairs or somehow get upstairs without the aid of a lift, which is totally unacceptable. Other families were worried for health and safety issues, or perhaps their children suffering asthma, which they had real concerns and genuine suspicions that this had been brought on by the damp and the mould in the flats. I have to say that after three residents' meetings, we did get a plan of works from A2 Dominion. This was absolutely vital that the organisation finally responded to the issues that Clyde House residents were experiencing. Since then, although initially we had some deadlines that were missed, which only sought to raise concerns of all of us even further in the first week we were trying to get action finally taken, I can say to the House now that more progress has been made. And so what has now happened, and I have to be obviously set an even record to reflect the work that A2 Dominion have now done, is much more to address the urgent and then broader issues faced by Clyde House. So what we will now, I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Right Honourable Member very much for allowing me to intervene and congratulate her on bringing this adjournment debate, because I also have had similar issues with A2 Dominion, and I was listening to her sequence of events which mirror mine. I've had issues with blocks of flats with A2 Dominion for 8 or 10 years from when I was a councillor, before I came here just over 3.5 years ago. And I also recognise the issues of long-standing lack of maintenance and response to residents, and also lack of communication with residents. Like the Right Honourable Lady, I also have noticed an improvement recently in terms of communication between my office, the residents, and also the London Borough of Hounslow, who have also had issues. So I'm hoping that things are improving, but would the Right Honourable Lady not agree with me that there is an issue about accountability of housing associations towards their key stakeholders?
Indeed, and I want to come on to what I think some of the solutions could be later on in my speech tonight. And I think she highlights one of the other issues that came out of the experience of residents of Clyde House, which was nobody was willing to take responsibility. On the one hand, A2 Dominion was saying initially that the responsibility for rectifying some of the major urgent issues was down to the developer, because of the building being their responsibility, having been built by them. On the other hand, the developer was very clear with me that it had handed over that responsibility, and the issues within the footprint of the actual building itself were then passed on to A2 Dominion to actually be responsible for, as she says, in terms of maintenance. Now, whilst this discussion was going on between these two organisations, my constituents were left with no action being taken, and there are absolutely some lessons to be learned in relation to this. I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way and for her success in securing this debate. She is making a case that is very clear about the lack of responsiveness and responsibility then of the Housing Association A2 Dominion. And it's incredible how common these issues and stories seem to be. In fact, over the last 2 months, I've had an issue with a broken lift at Camellia House in Feltham, where the issue has been between A2 Dominion and Firstport, with neither seeming to take responsibility for resolving the issue, at least as quickly as it could be, and poor communication with residents through that process. They also said that a fob was available for an alternative lift, which wasn't available to all the residents. So where people have been affected, whether they are families with young children or people with disabilities, it's becoming even more of a stress and a strain for those families at the beginning and end of every day. Would you agree with me that we need to do much more to ensure that there is transparency of service charges, accountability, so that we have housing associations working in the interests of residents and not in their own interests?
Justine Greening.
Absolutely. She is right. The work now underway in Clyde House actually is going to steadily make a difference to residents living there. Communal areas and all the floors will be redecorated, there'll be fresh flooring put down, work is beginning on upgraded CCTV, the entrance doors will be made much more friendly for disabled people who now won't actually have to reach them to be able to open them. They will be able to do them automatically with a fob. There are a whole series of improvements that are going to be made that are welcome. It just shouldn't have got to the crisis point for my local community and those residents before action was taken. They shouldn't have had to call me as a local MP to step in and force the issue in order to get action taken. And I do want to briefly come on to what I think possibly some of the solutions are, because it does strike me, Madam Deputy Speaker, that actually people see perhaps housing and homes is the ultimate public utility. And yet the kind of expectation we'd have for any other utility that we're used to using, whether it's our mobile phone, whether it's our water or energy, actually we have a completely different approach when it comes to perhaps the one that we're most reliant on, which is the home that we actually live in and who's built it and to what standard. Now, I know that the government is looking at this area in relation to how we can have a more streamlined approach in all of this. But perhaps if I can finish off my comments by setting out where I feel things could have made a difference in the case of Clyde House positively. First of all, obviously when buildings are completed, they have to have an independent inspection to be able to sign them off. My suggestion would be that obviously that happens independently, but that there is a further one that follows up in, say, 1 to 2 years to look at whether issues have emerged since the building was finished and occupied that simply weren't there to be able to be identified at the beginning. In the case of Clyde House, the issues were very clear really from the first 3 months of residents moving in, but there was no one independent to pick them up. I think that would allow the industry to be able to take quick action before problems became worse and I'd have thought more costly to rectify. I also think that should happen on an independent basis so that residents themselves have the reassurance that somebody entirely separate from both the developer and the managing agent will be able to come in and look at whether that building is performing in the way it was expected to and also being maintained in the way that it's expected to. I would thoroughly agree about the need for more transparency on service charges and that whole paraphernalia of costs that residents often experience in those homes. I don't know why we cannot have an approach that's a bit like energy ratings, where there's a more consistent, transparent approach across these sorts of buildings wherever they are in the country so that residents can get a sense of whether what they're being asked to pay to live in their particular flat for various charges is at the high or the low end of what an average flat of that nature would cost. I think people are used to seeing that on any other utility, and I think they should be able to see this for the flat that they're living in as well. I also think we need much more of a pan regulation that allows us to identify issues that are perhaps not just specific to a particular residence, but are actually symptomatic of an organisation that has failings. My sense is that based on what other MPs have said to me, that A2 Dominion, and I absolutely have to say that they have now responded to the issues at Clyde House and are now working hard to get them resolved. But there is a sense that actually talking to other members of Parliament in this place, my constituents are not the only ones who've had issues, and there is a genuine need for an organisation like A2 Dominion to look at whether this is more symptomatic of a wider problem it as an organisation has in how it deals with these issues in terms of its promptness, the efficacy of what it does, and whether it then follows up to make sure that residents are content with the work that's being done. But I would also say that in the context of developers and the fact that the ventilation at Clyde House, from what I can gather, may not have been the best approach for that building given its circumstances. Now, if these are systemic issues that the developer of Clyde House is repeating in block after block after block, then actually we need an approach and a regulatory system that can simply pick that up so that developers can learn from perhaps building mistakes and suboptimal approaches they're making and actually get them rectified, and that the industry as a whole can get rectified, and that people thinking of living in properties can actually understand whether they're built by someone that tends to get these buildings right or tends to get them wrong. And it does seem to me that there's actually now quite an urgent need for a much broader review of this area, because frankly I think it's unacceptable to see people living in the sorts of conditions that I saw them living in Clyde House, and it doesn't matter on what basis they are living in those conditions. People should know that they have a proper redress to get urgent action taken and to get it taken effectively so they don't have to live like that for long. I will give way one final time and then allow the
I thank the Honourable Member for being so generous with her interventions. She is indeed making a very important point about the need for a wider view of this, and also the distinction that can be made between developments where there has been, I think, a positive experience in some areas with A2 Dominion, but also the management then of those properties, particularly where, for example, there's shared ownership, so that there is fairness in the system and people do feel that they are being treated fairly and that the system is working in the favour of those who are doing their best to have a home that they feel secure in and that they don't feel exploited in.
Indeed, and I think being able to have redress and have an independent oversight of the quality of work that's being done and where you can go when there are issues and streamlining that so it's simpler for residents is actually really important. You shouldn't need to have access to expensive lawyers in order to be able to get some proper advice about how to get your problems sorted out. So I think with that, from my perspective, this is important. I was shocked by the kinds of environments that Clyde House residents were having to live in. I'm pleased that A2 Dominion is now responding to them, but I think there are some systemic issues that this situation raises, and it would be good to hear from the Minister about what action government can take to ensure they're addressed.
Minister Kit Malthouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I first of all congratulate my right honourable friend, the member for Putney, for securing this important debate. I do understand her concerns, those of her constituents, about the terrible situation at Clyde House, the state of their homes, and how this has been addressed by the landlord A2 Dominion. And I would congratulate her for the very obviously pivotal role she played in resolving this situation. It's obvious from events that her intervention has brought A2 Dominion up short and made them acknowledge their mistakes and their errors. Indeed, I did see in The Guardian that the Director of Property Services issued an apology saying, we recognise that things are not right and we're going to put them right. We haven't performed well and you have my personal apology. So she no doubt has the gratitude of her constituents, but also the congratulations of me as the Minister, but also of the many members in this House who deal with these sort of issues on a daily basis, as I do in my constituency as well. First of all, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I make it clear that everyone has a right to be safe and feel safe in their home and should expect their complaints to be dealt with promptly and effectively, and the Government has taken steps to make sure this happens. Last year we published the Social Housing Green Paper, which sought views on how to improve redress, in particular for social housing residents, and a number of other issues that the Right Honourable Lady has already raised this evening. We engaged extensively with residents to inform and shape the Green Paper. We heard that residents want redress quickly when things go wrong and for processes to be clearer and simpler. The Green Paper also asked a range of questions on how we could deliver this, including a question about the future of the democratic filter, the process where a complaint is referred to the Ombudsman via a designated person, or the complainant must wait 8 weeks. This can add delay to the complaints process. Alongside these questions, the Green Paper also set out proposals to hold landlords more to account. To this end, we are reviewing the regulatory system for social housing so that the regulator can take action when a landlord consistently fails its residents. We want to rebalance the relationship between landlords and residents, and we will underpin this with a robust regulatory framework. We will publish our response to the Green Paper and the outcome to the review of regulation in due course. And at the roadshows that I did around the country with hundreds of residents, particularly in social and affordable housing, I gave a pledge that at some point before the summer we would publish that action plan, and it would have a clear sense of direction and a clear timetable, because one of the questions that I would ask repeatedly was whether it was worth residents attending these roadshows, whether they'd actually see some change. And I have given that pledge. How long I'll be in my job, I'm not sure. Housing ministers don't often last that long, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I will try. I also wanted to mention the other action that government is taking to help all tenants. The recently passed Homes Fitness for Human Habitation Act will strengthen all tenants' rights and protect them from poor practice. It comes into force on the 20th of March. This Act empowers all tenants, both private and those in social housing, to take their landlord to court if their property is unfit for human habitation. Under the Act, landlords must ensure that their properties are fit from the start and throughout the tenancy. If they do not do this, the tenant has the right to take legal action. We've published guidance for tenants to help them understand their rights and responsibilities under the Act, and guidance for landlords and local authorities on how the Act might affect them. Yes.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Could he clarify as well, under the new arrangements, which I think we are very pleased coming into force, if a resident takes a landlord to court and wins, would they be, under any circumstance, required to pay the legal fees of the landlord?
That is a very good question to which I don't actually have the answer, but I will inquire. In most cases, as you know, it's at the discretion of the judge as to where costs should fall, and often it's decided on the merits of the case. But I'll make inquiries and write to the Honourable Lady if I can. The Act does not place any additional responsibilities on social landlords, as they are already required to maintain their homes to a decent standard. It will only act as a backstop. We expect any problems with properties to be resolved far before they reach this stage. The first step, however, for residents with a complaint is to report the problems to their landlord. The regulator expects all social landlords to have in place a complaints process that deals with issues promptly, politely and fairly. The onus is on individual landlords working with residents to set their approach and timescales for handling their residents' complaints. And I want to stress that if any honourable member acting on a constituent's behalf is unhappy with the response provided by a registered provider, once their internal complaints process has been exhausted, that honourable member may take matters further. Social housing residents can also approach the Housing Ombudsman Service at any time to seek advice. However, to formally refer a complaint to the Ombudsman, a resident's complaint must pass through this democratic filter. And this involves referring a complaint to the designated person, local councillor, MP or tenant panel for them either to deal with the complaint or refer it to the Ombudsman, or wait 8 weeks after their landlord's complaint process has been exhausted. If the Ombudsman determines that a complaint falls within its jurisdiction, then it will investigate the complaint to determine if there's been maladministration by the landlord. It will then issue a determination letter which may include orders and recommendations to resolve the dispute. The landlord is expected to follow any orders within a specific time frame.
I thank the Minister. A2 Dominion is one of a number of large housing associations which by definition are charities, and yes, they're registered social landlords. Almost all of their residents, certainly in my constituency, are either social rent tenants or leaseholders under the shared ownership scheme, many of whom are on fixed incomes. And I see again and again seriously poor management practices and lack of repairs, such as the Right Honourable Lady described, again and again. These residents do not have the time or the energy to go through the process the Minister has just described. What they want is a decent quality housing service that is at least as good as the local authority and should be as good as anyone should expect.
Well, I completely agree with the Honourable Lady. I certainly do. And as I say, my postbag as a constituency MP, I have a large number of housing association properties in my constituency too. It's filled with similar sorts of complaints. And I have to say, when I first became a Member of Parliament, I was astonished at being the postbox for effectively the complaint service for the local housing association, and dismayed that as a chief executive of an organisation, I would be mortified if my local members of Parliament were receiving the level of correspondence that some of us do, and be taking action to do that. Now, recently we've seen some large housing associations acknowledge their failures. A2 Dominion have acknowledged their failure in particular with Clyde House, but also L&Q, one of the G15, have come out very publicly and acknowledged their failure. We've seen action, for instance, on Circle properties in the last couple of years who failed on Service 2. But there is more we can do on regulation in particular, and there will be more to say about that in the Green Paper, and swinging the pendulum of regulation more towards a sense of customer service and away from purely financial regulation. But as I say, more to come. I wanted to say something about safety, and of course sometimes things will go wrong, but where that happens it's of the utmost importance that any safety concerns are resolved as soon as practicable. All registered providers of social housing must comply with the regulatory standards set by the regulator of social housing. This includes ensuring all of their properties meet and are maintained at the Decent Home Standard. This means that homes should be free of any Category 1 hazards, in a reasonable state of repair, have reasonably modern facilities and provide a reasonable degree of thermal comfort. The regulator standards also require landlords to provide a repairs and maintenance service that responds to the needs of and offers choices to tenants. The objective is to get repairs and improvements right first time.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. One thing it would be helpful to have him cover is this issue of compensation. So as he sets out, often there are very serious issues with people's properties and they may even need to be moved out. But these are extremely disruptive times for people with young families and they end up living in hotels. Is the new framework going to have more redress to compensate people who are affected by bad performance, as my constituents have been?
Minister.
So the Right Honourable Lady raises a good question, but I don't want to front-run the publication of the document, of the plan, but please be assured that one of the critical issues for us as a government is to make sure that tenants are dealt with professionally, quickly, and that their problems are sorted out first time. And that we're looking at the possibility of devising a performance framework in particular for housing associations and other registered social landlords, where this performance could become transparent to tenants in a way that would be helpful and useful to them, certainly when they're comparing landlords. Now, the regulator standards also do at the moment require landlords to provide a repairs and maintenance service that responds to the needs and offers choices to tenants. I'm repeating myself. Where it does not, tenants should complain and have the right to expect something is done. I should also point out that my honourable friends' constituents consider that their property has serious hazards that present a risk to health and safety. They can report this to their local council, who can inspect and assess the property using the Housing Health and Safety Rating System. If the local council becomes aware of serious Category 1 hazard, they have a duty to take appropriate action to address it. Hazards can include damp, excess cold or heat, poor sanitation and fire risks, amongst other things. Councils have a range of powers to ensure landlords take appropriate action to rectify the situation. In extreme cases, the council can take emergency remedial action itself and charge the landlord to do the work.
He's reminded me that it was remiss of me not to give thanks to Wandsworth Council for the work that they indeed did in that area when issues of Clyde House and safety were raised, and I do want to put on record my thanks to the inspectors who went and made sure that health and safety was in place.
Well, I'm grateful for the Right Honourable Lady's intervention and pleased to hear that the system is working, that Wandsworth Council, I guess it is, have played their part in resolving what was obviously a difficult and trying time for the residents of Clyde House, and one which I hope the work that we're doing, as I say, on the social housing green paper and on shifting regulation generally more towards consumer standards and away from financial regulation will mean becomes a piece of history which we can all forget. Once again, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me thank my right honourable friend for securing this valuable debate. I have tried to set out arrangements already in place to protect tenants. I hope I've also made clear my commitment to further improve things in the future. But there are valuable lessons to be learnt from Clyde House, and I will be asking A2 Dominion to come into the department and explain what happened, what went wrong, and where things might be improved. And I'd be more than happy to sit down with my right honourable friend and discuss her ideas to feed into our work on the social housing green paper in the future. As I said, I'm committed to ensuring everyone can seek timely and effective solutions when they have a housing problem and can live in a home of which they can be proud.
Thank you. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as that opinion, say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.
The proceeding has ended. 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 The